Okay. Perfect. Well, welcome everybody. This is potentially the last game of the Morrowgast campaign, so it's been an exciting run, but you're not there yet. All right, we have to get through one final big obstacle, which is Orion. So last week, first time we've got to play like back-to-back weeks, like in forever, so this feels great. But last week when we played, it was a lot of prep to try to get ready for the battle ahead, and you guys were able to defeat Amalthea, which was pretty epic. Wasn't an easy fight. It was really close to being TPK, honestly, but there was some slick maneuvers from the team to make it through. But after your fight with Amalthea, the sky got dark. It was like a stretching black cloud that has covered, at this point, the entire sky of Morrowgast, and sunlight is hardly seeping through. Silex, back at home, made a pact with Mercule that he would trade himself to Mercule's command in exchange for knowledge and power. And with that was granted an extra level. You were already going to level up because of Amalthea. So you were granted an extra level from 16 to 18. And since Mercule already has given power to, oh boy, he didn't get that extra level, but he is still one above you guys at 19.
It was like hard.
But as of right now, you all went to bed that night to wake up with these new powers, this new knowledge and strength given by Mercule and Ulma. And Silex is working away in the forge. You know that in about 3 days from now, Carter and legions of the Cretan army are going to be coming through the portals down at Reckon Oasis, a little bit south of your house. And you know from experience that that's about a 8 to 10 hour march up to the house. You've never crossed the river to go north into the Red Waste. You don't know exactly how long that'll take, but you imagine it'll be about 3 to 5 days walking. So at the moment, we're resting and preparing. Is there anything anyone wants to do while here at the house before Carter and the legions come through, or should we skip to that?
Are your people coming to join us as well? Or...
I mean, we could ask.
We sure can.
You can borrow my calling device.
Yeah, we can. I'll borrow the calling device and I'll reach out to distant ex-wife.
Yeah, how many do you have?
Y'all ever actually you get one call.
Here, I have some in my room.
You get one call. We're there for a few days, so I can roll.
Yeah, every day you get to
May I
reroll.
borrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You get one for me too.
Okay.
One.
You get two
for a few
calls.
days.
Then you're gonna have to somebody's room.
Yeah, first call from Sage's room, second call from...
Cell phone, landline. I can't
Yeah,
travel.
the
too
cord
far.
only goes so far. Yeah.
I gotta go, I got
Is your wife even going to pick up? It's different numbers.
Yeah.
It is. Luckily, there's no caller ID. So,
It goes straight to the message. All right, what do you say?
battle incoming, bring the warriors to the house. I think she knows what that is, right? She's been here.
She's not been there.
She's not been there. Crap.
This is all in the message too.
I was trying to think of how many homes you guys had together. You're like, which one?
Oh, they had one.
The new one.
There's the portal in Athena. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So in the second call, after all of that, you know what? Go to Athena.
Yeah, it's
Good time, right?
Laronia responds back as, you know, as nice as she can and says, okay, we'll meet you in Athena. What battle?
Yeah, we won't worry about that. I don't know calls.
We'll explain later.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one. But she'll be there. Since you're the chief, they kind of have to listen to you now.
Yeah, oh, great.
Sick.
Kind of have that going for you. Yeah, anyone else need to do anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna try something else with Yolana.
Okay.
So since I couldn't connect to her in my observatory, I'm gonna walk out of the house and go to a tree.
Instantly attacked.
No.
She said no. Well, I thought of that.
Kind of go like 10 feet, 10, 15 feet forest and touch a tree, like really feel like the earth, like the forest, and see if I can connect to her that way.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna tell her, we have a battle, don't know if I'm gonna make it, but my body is yours to take if I die.
It's very morbid as you're hugging a tree.
Yeah, where,
Take my body.
yeah, where are the bulldozers?
No, like spirit.
That's like, yeah,
Like
it's
my
a tree
soul
opening up.
is yours.
Taking him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess as frame of reference, we're just waiting here until they show up, like the armies do.
It's up to you guys.
So basically, last calls, if you will, as far as last order. Like I'll do a hero's feast before we leave, before we actually go, so that way we have that. And if that's the same day as the battle, then I'll just use that spell slot because it lasts 24 hours. So I don't know if I can technically cast it, get a long rest, get that spell slot back, still have the 24 hours of travel there. I don't know logistics as far as that goes.
I mean, you know exactly where to go because you have the journal. So
I
you
guess the
know.
question is, are we meeting at the house? Are we meeting the whole legion at the house and then marching up? Or are we going through the portals to Jaru and then walking across the sands to the Red Way so we don't have to cross water?
Because I heard you, but I don't know if I
That's
was listening specifics to. We know it takes a couple days to get across
You
to
assume
That's why we don't-
you've never
we don't have
you've never
ownership.
taken that.
that journey.
No, we
That
can't
journey.
But
go.
we know there's no easy way there.
Mm.
So we know that that's time. That's good.
So how do we want to do that?
So Hero's Feast would have to be casted on the road.
Okay.
So that's good to know. But I do have one thing I'd like to do in my room before we leave
Yeah.
the house.
I feel like we should
Gross, dude.
And then, yeah.
We would like to call our parents also at some point.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let's see how many calls we get. That was a 4. So
Okay,
that's
great. I
better.
wasn't
Yay.
you need more.
That's better.
That's better.
So I guess I would call you in my room so that we can call together. And then call Ben, right? And just say,
He's ready for his
Yeah.
he's ready for the
words.
count. We have a big role to play in the upcoming battle. We plan to try to defeat Orion. Please stay safe. Rain is my first priority. We love you. Is that enough?
We.
Shit. Alright, well, I tried.
You have one. Was that one call?
Yeah. I get 25 words with one
Right,
call.
you have 4 calls. Do your second one and say
Let's
love
see
you.
if he responds first, and then I'll figure out what we
Love
need.
you.
We what? Yeah, he's. You get a response pretty quickly. I don't believe you should be fighting anyone. Battle is never the answer. Sage. But keep your sister safe and keep her far away from any trouble. We.
I didn't
That's
know
the
you.
new
I
I,
just got French,
yeah, I didn't know your dad was French.
I just got French.
So I'll say back, in order to protect life, the battle is a necessity. We love you.
We love you too.
He's so disappointed.
Yeah.
You can tell from his tone.
Struck me halfway through that conversation, like, are we the only ones that know this is happening? Everybody else in the world is like, huh?
Man, what? Why is the sky dark? I don't know.
That's pretty much the case.
It's seasonal darkness.
Seasonal darkness.
I never got this every 2 years. It just goes dark for some reason.
Yeah, and over the few days you guys are in the house and the sky is still dark, You guys notice that there's the slight, kind of like covering over everything. It's like a white kind of soot all over everything outside. Yeah,
Like ash.
like ash.
Oh, I totally did not hear you. I'm sorry.
Like
There's an echo in the room, and I'm on the back half of that.
like ash.
He's gaining more.
Same.
The only thing I would do is forge still, as much time as I have to make more bullets and stuff. And then I would take one day to transfer all of my armor onto the dragon scale armor. So that'll become my new suit. Everything will be the same. I don't think anything would change as far as I know, but
Yeah.
all the enchantments would pass over all of that.
Okay. Anyone else got anything to do?
I have one last thing to do inside my room.
Alright.
There's a reason.
Everything was
His door's always open.
Close the flap to the portal.
I'm gonna make you guys feel like real assholes right now. No. I go into my room and I look at the painting that I was working on, and it's not quite finished. And then I walk over across to the gazebo that I built with my mind. And this part wasn't thought out, man. Basically, I let the light shine, and I imagine the water that's near the river down below kind of still for a second and become like a mirror. And I take off my mask and I pull down the hood. And probably for the first time in a couple months, I'm seeing like what my skin has become. And like, how bad do I look like?
To say that you still have skin is like a stretch. Like it's just leathery,
And broken and
like it's just
Like
like
my nose is
membrane.
probably-
Yeah, like there's not much flesh in any way.
I take a look at both sides of my neck, and I kind of probably see the semblances still there of the coin that I once burned. And normally in my room, it's darkness with the moon above. But I look towards it, and I imagine it faltering and disappearing into the horizon. And then I try to make the sun rise as bright as it possibly can be. Blinding light, as high as my mind could imagine. And I'll look directly at it, and I'll say, we both know this isn't you. This room's magic can only simulate a brightness that I can comprehend. As a mortal, as a servant, as a fallen faithful. I've nearly forgotten what it was to look upon you. My eyes used to fill with tears as I tried to stare into you high above the desert sands. I try harder and harder to keep my stare, but you always won. What a fool I'd be to blind myself, knowing that you would rise regardless if I could see it. I used to watch your mornings come with such welcome. Privileged to see your light. I recall the warmth caressing my face many cold winter mornings as your shine basked the horizon. Now I feel nothing. I can't detect that tender feeling that you brought, but now I know it's not because I'd forced myself away. Instead, I had merely fulfilled what I would become. Only a being that revered the light and only a being that revered what light could reveal and relished in the warmth it could provide would understand those last moments without. When the eyes closed and all to become naught but memories. I think I finally realize now what you truly are. To properly serve your son, to be a devout of Mercule, I needed to experience you. To that I say thank you. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I strayed so broken from the light and into darkness, that which I found no meaning. I used to think that I was forsaken after years of praise, but I realized I needed to know you, know all your gifts, know your warmth, your growth, your people, the very seeds of purpose. I was blinded by my own anger and hate and regret that I couldn't see what you had given me. A mother that bore me healthy, taken before her time. A father tirelessly stoking my own ambitions, giving up those of his own. A wife and mother to my child, so blessed that I could see your hand in her creation. And a daughter, I look down towards the ice, stubborn, so strong that she went fearless towards God's. You were never the definition of life, but the birth of its possibilities. I see that now. As death brings an end to chance, it can in turn awaken those that hasten against time perceived as unending. A balance, life gives way to death, which reminds life once more of how precious it must be. My spirit now serves your son. You know that to be true. But this form, and I'll feel the sun on my neck, still knows your power. With Mercule in my heart, I hope you allow me one last time to wield your light against the darkness, to turn shadows to dust, to remind Orion the power of soul. May your light shine upon us, and Mercule be praised. And I leave the light on as bright as possible as I walk up to my mother and father and I say, may you never know darkness in this realm. You don't deserve it. Should I fail, my light is always on. And I hope you tell my daughter all about me in ways that she might not know. And I put whatever little memories I might have kept from her. I pull my head up, my hood over, put my mask back on, and I leave my room for the last time, with it blindingly bright.
Okay. After Zinro leaves his room, all of you prepare for the arrival of the legions, spearheaded by Carter Roalian. You can feel it before you can even hear it or see it. You feel the rumble in the ground as 4,000 soldiers march in lockstep up a path, same path you've walked yourself, directly to your house. Upon the first sight of the legions, blindingly bright is the golden armor that Carter is wearing. Behind him, there's, it looks like 6 other, they seem like lieutenants or higher ups, as they are also on horseback, while the rest of the Legion is on foot. They stay back while Carter approaches the veil of the home, not realizing once he walks through, the house will get a lot bigger than this little shed that he sees on the side of the mountain. But he starts to walk up. Is anybody wanting to meet him out there, or do you want him to come through the veil?
I'll meet him out there.
So he sees Silex open the door to this little shack and come walking out to him. Silex looks sleep deprived, and he's got burn marks, and like he's looking a little rough. He's looking a little worse for the wear.
Yes.
I had to throw in one more.
Yeah, it's been a while. So Silex approaches Carter. What do you say?
Is everyone here around me, or is everyone there?
I would say I'm
I would've
outside.
stayed back until you called us up.
Yeah.
I'm obviously
Outside,
Yeah.
but like, you're gonna...
As I walk out, I'll have my armor kind of display,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll be like the contrast, because mine is now pitch black.
Yeah.
And so there are 4,000 people in this like woods. It's just, and I will just, without saying anything, start bringing out the weapons I've made for them
Mm-hmm.
and explaining this is what I was able to make in the time that I had. These swords are laced with dragon glass. Give them to your best warriors. And then for your best archers, here's these shots. Use them sparingly. This will be hard. Promise. This is not. And I kind of like look past him to all the soldiers. Many of them will not make it home. We almost didn't make it home 3 days ago.
But you did.
We did. Barely. We know he's in the Red Wastes. We can. It'll be a few days travel there. Again, did we decide which way we're going? Are we going to Jabu or are we going through the river?
I feel like we should go to the chat room.
I second
I
that.
said,
Yeah.
yeah, I heard that.
Yes.
Okay. So
As long as I put a hero's feast down.
We would still have
Um,
to walk, so.
we can use the network that you came through to get to Jabu, and then we will march across the sands to the Red Wastes.
So, yeah, out of game. Was that the plan the whole time?
Yeah, I think so. That's
Okay.
what I remember.
Then you guys would have
Like,
packed
met them
up
at the cave.
and met them at the cave.
Okay.
I didn't know that was the plan. I kind of had them marching up to you, but that
Yeah.
makes more sense.
That's
Because
fine.
That's fine.
after I said that, I don't think he's ever been to your house.
He's never been to the house.
So-
His wife, his mom has.
Yeah, his mom
Yeah.
has,
Told
and
him.
he hasn't. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
and she is with him, so I guess
Yeah.
that would have made sense, but still.
Let's just
Well,
say we're at the cave.
meet
Yeah,
at
so
the
you guys
cave.
packed up
Say
everything, went to the
packed up,
cave.
yeah.
The same interaction happens, but
We're
in
gonna
the
get
mouth
the
of
tribe
the cave.
anyways from the cave, so
Yeah.
What's that?
we're gonna get the tribe anyways from the cave.
Yep.
Perfect.
If you want to run and go get them, and you just pop in, pop your head out and see them, and be like, "Hey, come on, guys."
Come.
Who are his lieutenants?
You don't really recognize any of them specifically.
Okay.
They're just donned in like nicer armor.
Okay.
Frederick is not among them, if that's what you're fishing for.
Okay. That's it. I mean, March 12th, Father. And then we start heading to Jaru.
Yeah.
Wait. Have you faced him yet? Not what happened in Darien. That was a massacre. But have you faced him?
Faced a god? Until 3 days ago, I would have said no. But someone of his caliber? Never. We have had quite the adventures ourselves, but to battle a god is a different level. I've spoken to them, but not battled them.
Do you think this battle is worth it? Look at them. And he like steps aside, and there's thousands of soldiers in this cave just kind of talking amongst themselves softly. Are their lives worth this fight?
I'll kind of walk up next to him in like full height match days. Is any fight worth it?
Yes.
Then this is. I do not want to live under the rule to bend a knee to someone I don't believe in. I think gods are fickle at best. It's only one that I've seen actually help me and my friends. But I don't want to bend a knee just because someone has more power than me.
I ask not because of the consequences of the fight, Silex, but no one here, turns again, has experienced Orion in the same way you have, or your friends. We're taking your word that this threat is worth their lives. Because when they don this armor, they are no longer individuals. They are a legion. They know what that means in the scope of war, and so do you.
Dude. I mean,
There will be death and
there will be-
bloodshed.
There will be.
I just want you to know the consequences of it being your decision.
I've made
It
my
weighs
peace with it.
heavily. Then we move on. And he like puts his hand on your shoulder as he turns. He's like, he looks back at the soldiers and he says, "These are your legions for the next few days."
All right.
RTS guy?
Zoom out.
Yeah.
There. I'll have my helmet come on, and I'll turn around to the legions. And I don't know if we had horses. Do we have horses? Or we just walk?
Could be
We do have horses, but I don't know if we took
kneecaps
them.
and ankles, baby.
1,000 horses.
We don't
No,
have.
I'm not. I'm just wondering if I'm on a horse. I guess is the. What's
You
the
can.
We have horses. We have a stable.
She said you
Why
want
should I can make you fancy.
Bring
Got
back-
two horses.
Put
right
you on a
there.
white
I feel like you
stallion.
lose a little bit of low on that one when somebody walks up to you and goes,
Just in front of me entirely.
Yes.
Just real quick save.
She just gets on all fours and she's like,
"Do you see Silex?
Hop on."
He wanted a horse. She just turned into one.
I will turn around to the legions and the lieutenants next to my father and look at all of them. Do I see like young ones, or are they all kind of battle-hardened ones?
no, there's definitely a lot of young ones as well.
Okay. And I'll use thaumaturgy to make my voice louder. So it's 4,000 people. Today we march. Today we march not for Fendi and not for Crete, but for Morrowgast itself. Crete, we are allowed to believe, do, live as we please. All of you can go home and worship whatever god you wish. Fendion may be different, but they worship what they worship. The person we fight today, or in a few days, means to take that from you. To take the freedom from your soul, from your body, from your knees. And I am willing, and my friends, and my family are willing to step against that. You legions are paramount to the success of this world. This is not a battle for Crete. This is a battle so your children can live tomorrow. Your wives will go home and be able to cook and live their lives. We all have family, right? Towards everyone. We are all willing to sacrifice that. So I ask you to march. And I'll I'll just start marching.
You hear like everyone kind of like patting on their chest, like, and they're like, whoa! Everyone starts cheering, and there's like, it like starts kind of soft, and then everyone jumps in. Even the tribesmen who came like start cheering in as well.
Now the legion are like, who the fuck are they?
Totally different cheer.
They were with us,
Very
they were with us.
angry.
Yeah.
I totally saw your speech being like, "This way?" Like that was the end of your speech. Alright.
What he said. And then So you turn around to start walking, and the rest of you who are kind of just living in the moment of this, camaraderie of everyone cheering alongside, you witness one of the gentlemen who was donned in the silver armor behind Carter gets down from his horse, and they're all wearing their full armor with the big red, Roman style thing. Gets down off of his horse and takes off his helmet, and as he does, none of you guys recognize this guy, but instantly everyone stops cheering, and you see hundreds and thousands of centurions and legionaries get on their knee instantly and bow their head. And at that silence, you turn around, and Carter kind of smirks beside you, and it says, "Well, look who snuck in." And standing in front of you is the Emperor of Crete.
Okay.
Ivar Atticus Crete. You see this small man in a red and gold tunic come running out with the little hat on. He has a trumpet that he's running. He's "Sir, didn't know you were here, sir. Introducing Defender of the South and Emperor of the Cretan lands, Ivar Atticus Crete." And everyone cheers, and they stand up and start clapping. And Ivar just kind of bows his head to the young squire and just shoos him out of the way. And he approaches you and Carter.
I'll do a small bow, but I won't go down to a knee.
He kind of he responds in the same way, just sort of a slight bow. And he says, "Speech was quite moving. I would be no leader if I wasn't here with my men fighting at the front lines. I wanted to do so inconspicuous, but you've moved me to show myself. I think this fight is worth fighting. I'm behind you. We are behind you."
I greatly appreciate that.
And he looks at Carter. He says, "As arranged, your wife is safe back in Venovia.
Thank you.
Lead the way, Captain."
Start have us kind of lead it as the group, and then the legions can follow.
You see the Emperor put back on his helmet, and
Do I notice that his armor is slightly different, or is it has he tried to be?
yeah, he tried to sneak in.
Okay.
Very Knight's Tale, the king who wants to do the joust thing. He wanted to slip in, but he was moved by your speech to show his face to give additional inspiration. Cool. Well, the march goes on. You guys go through the Jaru tunnel, single file for 4,000 men, so takes a bit.
I'll hold the tribe come in so that they don't try to push anybody out.
Hey.
Single file.
Herding dog. Wait.
They are Legion soldiers, so they are pretty.
They march with
Yeah.
purpose.
But yeah,
Lawsuit?
after a while, you guys got sand in your boots.
Okay. What time of day is it? How? I mean, if
You
we
don't
met
have-
everybody
You
at
can't
camp-
tell.
You can't tell.
Oh,
It's
fuck
all
me.
dark.
All right.
I know.
Yeah,
that's
no
what I
idea.
said last
No, you
time.
guys
Assume-
too keen mind? Damn it.
I've been forging, so I don't even know what day it is.
Yes, it is exactly 3:33 p.m.
He's been counting the seconds.
Yeah. Just
So-
keep a timer on
You
that.
didn't make a clock.
I'll ask my father. Father, do you have the book that I gave you?
The journal, right?
Yeah, the journal with
Yeah,
the
he has it.
coordinates on it.
He has it.
May I see it, please? And then I'll check the coordinates and kind of map it out. Is it still in the red lights?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would one of you be willing to describe and see how things are?
How far at this point from Morrowgast do we expect to
Sorry,
be?
I got distracted. Who am I scrying on?
Orion, Bradbury.
How far
The
away from
coordinates are here.
Morrowgast are we expecting to be right now? A day?
Ryan's probably going to be tougher to scry on. He might be able to dismiss it, so I think trying Bradbury might be.
Okay. Well, we have time to get there. So
Can you just scry on location? You could just do the coordinates.
Can I do that?
Yeah, you can scry on the
Great,
location.
let's do that then. That's perfect. Okay, so I'll scry on the location.
Okay. You just hit yourself now.
Yeah, you're pretty close. You're pretty close.
So less than a day. My
I
theory is
didn't want to assume that the sands were like condensed on the map because the map it's kind of far, but
I mean, it's pretty good distance. But yeah, you could probably get there in a day.
okay.
okay.
Well, I don't want to push it and get everyone exhausted.
I was gonna say we need to take 2 or 3 with all these people.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say,
Make sure that they're.
I'll just put it out there and you tell me when it happens. Heroes Feast early enough to where I can get my spell slot back. And 2, cast Planar Ally. Actually, I might as well just say I did that early. Because,
How long was the last one?
well, it depends on how much money you give them. So I'll cast Planar Ally before we left. And it'll be up to you to decide what kind of ally you get. It's Celestial Fae or, I don't remember the third option. But as it appears to me, I grab 20,000 gold and I hand it. Well, 10,000 gives me 10 days, but I'm paying it for its value. I go, it's something I can communicate to, and I say this to Merkel, that is very fast. And I say, fly to the Red Waste, tell us what you see, armies, foes, anything at all.
I'll show them the coordinates so we can tell them where to fly.
Mm-hmm.
And so I hope to get that back at some point in time while we're traveling, so that way we get some sort of intel, whatever he's willing to give us. But
So are you
Yeah.
doing that, not scrying, or what are you doing?
she's scrum.
I'm
She's
still
scrying.
scrying.
You're trying to scry on the specific location?
Yeah, the coordinates. I'll show her where it should be on the map and stuff.
Yeah, when you die, I knew it was gonna happen. I heard him say, I knew it was gonna happen.
Let's talk about playing Roblox.
If I use that restroom, I'm
No, you're fine. He's pretty good. He's out,
Okay.
so he's fine.
He's in there, right?
No, he's
Okay, so you haven't seen this location. So you can't scry on a location you haven't seen before.
So I guess
I would say just try. I would say just try and scry on Orion,
Okay, I'll try
Let's see.
and if
Orion.
because this is where the coordinates are.
You can
Yeah.
scry on the planar thing.
Well,
don't do
you'll
it
be
now,
just
but-
watching the planar thing
Yeah.
do its thing. Yeah.
True. Well, but like if he gets to the location, you could.
Oh yeah, true. But luckily I have him for 10 days.
True. You can
Well, actually, I technically have him for 20, but I'm paying him a little extra to see if he can get it done fast.
So do we want me to try with Orion?
Orion.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and try scrying on Orion.
Okay. You know firsthand. What is your DC for a wisdom saving throw?
21. You won. You have to tell me
He's gonna pass that. So the scry is not successful.
I'll just kind of come out of it and get everybody. That was a no.
All right. Well, then we'll just keep marching at a normal pace. I don't think we'll make it there in one day at a normal pace.
Your planar ally, just to kind of stay on theme with Mercule, is like a shadowed, fiendish looking elemental. So imagine like an elemental of the shadows is kind of what I picture.
Dark wings.
Yeah. Just like in like a little cloud of black smoke like follows behind as he just zips.
That's cool.
And what do you pay?
20,000.
Yeah, I was gonna give him. I know it's 10 for 10 days. Let's see. Cleaner. I got the spell points. 6th. So, war service in exchange for payment. Yeah. So it's complex. Well, I guess complex is spy on our enemies is one of the options. So go over there. Tell us how many foes you see, like what kind of army, what their situation is, and then I give them. It says here, and a task measured in days requires 10,000 per day. So I just give him 20,000 to satisfy him.
For 2 days.
Well, it says task measured in days, up to 10 days required. Oh yeah, for 2 days. Sorry, yeah. I would expect him to be able to get there and back in 2 days.
Mhm.
I forgot the logic. So I give him 20,000, and yeah, see if he can tell me. He comes back, you know. We speak our death language together, which is celestial embassy.
How's
Okay.
it go?
That's very flowy. Just imagine that.
Wow.
Yeah, make us
So-
do it.
So you see this creature.
Sorry.
You see this creature, and this like smoky being appears, and what do you say to it to tell it to do its thing? It doesn't speak common. It's weird. Like it's
Yeah, it's really
Oh,
weird.
you're gonna make me do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I will say to him, out of character, I guess. I need you to.
no. I know what you're doing out of character. I
Oh,
wanna
okay.
hear
You're
what
asking me.
saying.
Okay. How should I go?
Just do
Stop
like,
it?
just do like personal power.
Yeah. Personal sounds like it.
I,
Oh, that does sound like it would
Like,
fit.
yeah.
Oh, see the who? I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, you're right. This sucks. I feel like Infernal is easier because you've been like, "Argh." But
It wasn't for us.
trying to change it. As soon sei vorheißen, Anzu Informo, Anamaisen. And I'll say like, spy on our foes, tell me of my enemies.
He looks at you and says, "Okay," and then
Oh
just
my
kidding.
God. Damn it. That
I
sounded
should
great.
have spoken Infernal.
No, he's like, "Massage," and you just see like this wisp gone. I mean, faster than you can even follow and track with your eyes. He's just zoomed out of there. What?
I said aliens, man.
You guys just trotting along in the sand, making your way through the sand.
When we get to a break point, I'll like pull the tribesmen over that are there.
You're not making your way in the sand?
Well, yeah, when we
Oh.
get to a break point, when they stop to eat. Eventually we'll eat.
What? Yeah, did you guys bring food?
Our hero's feast. Right?
Well, I can create
Buddy?
food. I can create food. No,
Anybody
I've already
want
told the
dessert?
DM multiple
I don't need
times
to eat or anything.
that Hero's
so-
Feast is coming, so he'll give that to us, hopefully.
Do we?
Timeless body, you don't need food or drink anymore.
Nope.
Oh, you're just an Adonis.
Well, I have good berries.
Life's good.
I have good berries. Level 18. I got good berries.
Hey,
Everybody eats a grape.
that good berry.
This is a good ass
It-
berries, baby.
Yeah, I still eat.
If there's any
so.
food around, I'll find
You
it.
want some good berries?
Okay.
I can also
I'm
create
an
food
outlander, so I
more.
can
Birds,
find
like,
food.
probably
Yeah.
on there you go. My cuisine list.
I'm sure there's rations in this group. Whether it be the Legion's rations or the Tribes rations.
Let's go.
Cool. So yeah, there's a break. We'll say after a day's march, there's a time for a break that Silex kind of demands everyone take a minute to rest, because based off of the calculations of the journal, you're getting probably within 3 or 4 hours away from arriving. So we want to rest now to give us time.
Yes.
3-4 miles.
For the 10 seconds.
3 or
No,
4
like hours
hours.
of travel.
Well, then I guess
Morrowgast.
I guess I'll do the Hero's Feast now then.
We can do it right before we take out.
Well, it lasts 24 hours.
Well, that's true.
I wanted to do it, try to get spell slot back, but I'm okay with taking the spell slot hit. Because I did plan our ally a few days ago to do, so I got that back in time. So I'll bust out that old Hero's Feast, and if you want to include your wife if she's here, her ex-wife, then we can include Silex's father, and that would be 3,
And the Emperor.
6, 7, 8. The Emperor's for 9.
Yeah.
Myself will probably be here. Those are the
10.
characters.
Yeah.
And there's two slots left.
He's
and
got
we
plot
only get
armor,
two people
so he's-
abilities, but
2 random people.
yeah.
I don't
Which
think
one are you
there's
gonna
any
do?
other tribes.
Yeah.
I've got a girl back home. We just got married and I want to have a child. No, you died.
How many do you have?
There's 12 creatures I can
All
serve.
creatures.
So I got, 10 I said? So we have 2 left. I don't know who else is important around.
Just pick whatever.
But we don't have to, or I can offer an apple or some random guy.
There's gonna be one super soldier.
I mean, you can offer it to the Emperor.
No,
Oh,
he's
is that
already
he's
got
already-
it.
we got it.
Oh yeah, we got that. Don't worry.
Yeah, all named characters are here.
All named characters. Fuck the NPCs.
Yeah.
We're finding 2 NPCs that we don't fuck, but
We'll just say
Who's the other?
Yes, my other.
a couple of
it's a bomb.
the lieutenants.
Okay.
That yeah. All right.
I'll give the Emperor one of the blades. The gladiators.
Oh, one of the dragon scale.
You made the knuckles?
You did knuckles, yes. I had an idea. So I don't know what kind of enchantment you would put on them, but I would have used my natural 20 for hers.
Okay.
So as good as they can be. But I had thought that, so I put these 2 bracelets on you,
Mm-hmm.
and when you attune them and activate them,
Mm-hmm.
it kind of goes up your whole arm, and it kind of covers your whole hand.
Oh, that's sick as fuck.
And so I don't know what kind of effect you want to give it. That's up to you. But
I don't think it needs any effect. I think it's already like her key, like her they're already magical in that regard. So it's just the fact that he was able to make it out of dragon scale is going to give you essentially a buff whenever you hit using them. So
Like extra, like.
so if you were to typically punch someone right with
Uh-huh.
your fist, you just do what, like a D10? Is that what you
are?
are?
Get a D12 now if you're level 18.
I don't think so. If I just hit someone with unarmed strike.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, D10 plus D10. It's
Cool.
just regular.
And then
With
what-
regular brass knuckles, it's a D4 added to that.
Right. So what I would say is you would essentially add a say a +3 to your damage on every hit.
Sure. So damage, +3 to attack and damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Sounds good. But yeah, so these bracelets that you can turn on and off.
Hell yeah.
Turn it to like Cyborg from Mortal Kombat.
Picturing like Bucky.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but like double
Yeah.
sick.
Once in a while we go robes in the background. It's just
Okay. So yeah, Heroes Feast. Everyone's gonna have advantage on like wisdom saves and things like that.
I'm gonna want to talk to Silex before we head back on out.
Okay.
So, basically come up to you.
What
I'm
were you
assuming
doing?
this is kind of while we're eating. You know,
Sure.
Just you have your side
You know, we're sitting
conversations.
all-
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, we're sitting next to each other. But while we're eating, I mean, I'm like ripping into a turkey leg.
Just
Kinda
lucky,
roll
yeah.
anything you can imagine that people
I eat
pops
other
up.
birds too. It's fine.
You can imagine a plane of crickets.
But I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna go. This time has meant a lot to me. You know, I don't talk much, but I've appreciated the time we've had together. But I think after this battle, it is time for me to go to my family. I think my debt has been paid.
You never had a debt, friend. It is. You've kept me safe quite a while, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Come to spread your wings.
Okay.
No, I do appreciate it, and if we survive this, then you have my full blessing to us. Be happy. Have a family. Have your own.
I will say, I've never asked much of you, but if I do not survive this, and you do, protect my people. It's the only thing I've asked.
You can guarantee that.
And please, do not bring them into any war. They have served and done enough and been treated willfully. There we go, those words.
Ill will.
He's a bird, he ain't that smart.
Yeah.
Because intelligence is not that high.
This is 0.
They've been treated like shit.
So, promise me you'll protect them, but not just protect. They shall never be in war again. They shall never see fighting again in this, amongst themselves.
Guarantee that.
Keep eating. That's it.
Everybody gets 6 points, 6 HP, permanent raise up, until it ends. But 6 more HP you can add on, and you gain 6 HP. So that's your new total score.
Shitty
So we have
2d10.
advantage on wisdom saves, right?
You have immunity to poison and being frightened. You can also make all wisdom saving throws with advantage.
That's good. I don't know why I do that.
My main thing was frightened. To be honest.
Yeah,
It's alright.
Yeah.
I already had
I
that.
just
We're
make
good.
sure.
Shut up.
I can't just get mad and cure myself.
Yeah, we're good.
Why not? I don't get it.
You say nice things.
She's not eating our cupra. It's fine.
Yeah, but bird eating bird.
Bird eating
Hey, you know what? There are birds that you
And probably in this moment of brevity, I'm probably wholeheartedly telling my father about the time that Sage murdered a child.
And she casted Moonbeam.
19. Does the 19 that I saved not cancel out the 1?
No, because if you look at it, those 19 are probably going to die. They were orphans. They're going to die anyways.
That feels better. No, the other one was an orphan too.
Well, yeah, but you killed him.
Fuck you guys.
There were spiders involved, which is scary, but children are far worse.
Look, why don't you do your normal thing where you blame some bard that I've never met?
That is so good of a lie.
I love stuff.
And then Shade, I want to make a round of drinks for everybody.
Oh,
God,
I ain't drinking it.
Oh, in that case, I pull out the
they
deck of
won't
many
know.
things.
That is
Well,
not
I will
true.
say there's not a bar.
You don't have any alcohol.
You've always done this at a tavern or a bar where you can
Well,
like go and get
Do
everything.
the
So Hero's
soldiers have
Feast
provision?
gives you the ability to like summon.
It's food.
All right.
We
If,
can ferment
he,
some
if he
apples.
lets you, it's his spell. So if he lets you,
All
I
you
will
have to do is I'll roll and I'll just ask
Well,
for those.
it says
supplies.
magnificent food and drinks. So, in my mind, I imagine when you sit at the table, whatever you imagine comes to you.
She's imagining drinks for us from
Are
a
you gonna
book.
do random ones or like ones that?
No, I'm gonna roll for it.
Okay.
This is
exciting.
chaos. mode
Actually,
before the
no.
call.
Is there? Because I have the book.
Do you
Is
remember?
there any like good benefit ones that I can specifically pick?
Like someone is like, you need to fucking drink this. Drink this. You
Yeah.
don't have an option.
I will say it's a list of 100 drinks. So I don't know all of them.
I never got the list. always
I know that was by design.
I know, but now I want
That was
to
the
pick a
point.
good one.
It's better to be chaotic. I mean, you know.
Listen, if we're
Well, I
doing
wouldn't
these
say
drinks,
that.
if we're doing these
That's
drinks,
fine.
we're rolling
Fine, I'm
D100s.
gonna do it.
We're rolling the D100s.
We all get a
One
different.
last drink together.
One
Do
last
y'all-
drink.
do I
We
get a
all
different
get,
one,
we all get
or-
the same one, right?
Yeah, we're all getting the same one.
Okay.
Your,
I want that
your
stupid
HP
one
is
that's
immediately
Caroline.
half.
I imagine us all like sitting behind or around this fire, all like arguing and bickering, and the legions and soldiers are all just like watching.
Yeah.
They're much on their heart attack.
Alright. What is it?
And we're just like killing children.
45.
45.
Sounds like a number we might have done. It's
Hold
very
on.
middle. It's a very middle ground number.
Uh-oh.
Oh
Oh
god.
no.
I might take it
I don't
back.
like
We don't have to drink it.
No,
She,
it's great. I'm here for this.
Creed looks at that
This is
one.
a
and
fun.
like,
This is a
"Ooh."
fun one. There's no negative
Remember,
effects.
I'm
Okay,
dead and I
okay.
cannot be affected.
I mean, okay. There's no like.
Negative.
Okay,
Permanent
let's,
negative
let's
effect.
see.
Okay, then what is it?
It's called the polymorphic brew. Commonly used in drinking games, this brew will turn the user into an animal when they burp. They turn back about a minute later.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Let's go.
I like it. I like it.
Once
So-
they turn into an animal and then burp back to normal, does it happen again if they burp again?
That's the entire
Can
description.
I
Okay.
It's just like for fun. So we'll say like until you're unintoxicated.
It's an animal.
What's that?
Can I turn human when I burp? It is an
Are you gonna
animal.
roll like a D10 or something?
To see what animal we
See
turn
what
into?
Korean looks
You
like?
polymorph into like a naked version of this animal, right? So you would just be a naked man.
That would be.
It's true.
I just wanna
Whoa,
know how big the
creepy.
dick is.
You're scaring the horses, Creed.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you turn
That's
into
That's
a.
it. Y'all are gonna turn into animals, and I'm gonna turn into a human.
Only burp. Alright. Excellent.
Nice job.
So
Emperor, are you willing to partake?
I wasn't even told them. I just put it down.
yeah. So everyone takes their drinks. Like a cheers and.
As soon as my son starts to do it, I'm gonna just.
You let your wife do it though.
Yeah, wife can go. That's fine. He's a child almost. Only 24 at this point.
Only 24. I think I'm 11.
Yeah, but bird years.
in bird years. So yeah, you guys all take your drinks. I'm gonna have everybody roll a Constitution check to see who burps and who doesn't.
Constitution's so high.
We'll say the save is a...
Can I just auto-fail? I feel like as a barbarian, I'm not going to hold back.
No, the save is going to be a 12, so it's going to be pretty easy to save.
Oh, I already passed that.
Yeah,
I
13.
passed.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not affected by food.
Everyone's so bummed.
So we have to fail.
I failed.
We want to fail.
Oh!
You can still burp. I'm just saying if you're trying to not, there would be a
Oh,
constitution save.
we'll do it. Yeah. We'll burp.
I burp. We all burp
Do we
again.
choose what we turn into, or is it random?
We'll say it's random.
Yeah.
Um,
you gonna have us roll something?
Full on an animal generator.
Random
Definitely.
generator.
There's a subreddit where you can like, they do D100 lists.
You want me to?
You can like type in
No, I
animals
didn't.
and it should give you like a list of animals.
Oh, I'm sure if I type in like random animals, random animal
Table.
list.
Someone's about to turn into a fish in the middle of
The
the
desert?
desert.
Gosh.
And die.
For a whole minute, you're suffocating.
Flopping around on the deck. Yeah, but the damage you would have taken from suffocating would have brought you... Well, no.
You would go unconscious
polymorphed,
eventually,
I guess.
Yeah.
Good lord. We'll just lose the buff for the hero's feast we just ate.
No, I'd plop them in a beer.
And-
They'll survive.
Yeah, plop them in a beer.
Yeah, that works.
All right,
They come out
roll
trash.
a D100.
And D100.
All this.
Yeah, everybody.
Everybody who burps.
I'm not affected.
This is the most important thing to be doing before a battle with a god.
Wow, okay.
I got
Hey,
an
we're
8.
about to all
Get an
die.
8?
Might as well have a little bit of fun.
That's so
Maybe
boring. You
should've
turn
used
into a
that to talk to
dog.
your god.
You turn into a
dog.
Well, you don't get to choose.
Well, tough tales.
All right,
Tough
so-
tails. Wolf.
72.
Let's go in order. Sorry.
Alright.
64.
64. A woolly mammoth. That is so
Perfect for
Yeah, so you just turn into Sully from Ice Age. Yeah, I mean, you're huge. You almost have to like, you need to like get out of the tent because I assume they set up some sort of tent in the desert. So you just,
I'm sure I'm wearing it like a hat.
yeah. Sage.
77.
A polar bear.
Oh,
Also
okay,
pretty
that's
cool.
In the desert.
In the desert. Nice.
It's hot.
Trying to take the
Cree.
fur off.
Oh, I guess I don't know. Okay. 37.
A tiger.
Ooh. Yeah.
Very
Where's my
dangerous,
wings?
except for
Where's
you.
my wings?
Yeah, everyone's very intimidating, and then there's
Yeah.
a pug.
You know,
Hey, you can get that weather.
It's a pug.
What was yours?
72.
72. Mountain lion / puma. So I guess
these
which
are all
one?
really cool animals.
Yeah.
Not mine.
Yeah, I'll be honest. 1 through 10 really suck.
Why can I roll an 8 last session?
It's like sheep, cattle,
Every roll.
donkey, pig.
No, I don't get to re-roll.
Pick those up the same way and roll them.
This is all of our
Oh,
animals.
it definitely gets cool like the higher you roll. Okay, so yeah, you're a mountain lion.
Cool.
97.
Whoa.
A stegosaurus.
I was like really big, and then there's just
Right
bigger.
blue. That's what I want to know.
Just get your little nubs.
Holy.
Stegosaurus nuggets.
Oh, man.
Oh my god. Yes, you kind of look like that thing, but with a bunch of big
Sick. Love it.
fins
Red
or whatever
Ryder
they're
comes
called.
A blue one.
Yeah, a blue one.
Only a
Yeah.
blue one.
Oh, that's crazy. All right, and Zenro.
Well, technically I'm not affected by drakes.
Oh,
But I was right. It was a
boo!
44. Middle line.
You can be a zombie version of
To
it.
do an octopus.
A zombie octopus.
They can survive out of water, so you'll be fine.
Luckily, he doesn't need to breathe.
So I'm very quickly drying out.
As a puma, as a mountain lion, I really
We're
want
gonna
to.
add calamari to our heroes feast.
Oh, too
As a
soon.
mountain lion, I want to keep an eye on my father and the emperor, and like, I
Oh,
want to see
what are
like
they
their
gonna
faces
do?
as well, just turn to him.
I assume every time an animal is turned in, we're gonna keep you guys like mental stats. I don't want it to like turn into like a brawl or like a
Yeah.
So as you guys,
Just slap
the
the
equivalent of like animals laughing every time someone turns in.
Just a huge trunk noise.
Yeah.
It's like that
Um,
zoo.
But yeah, after a minute, everyone resorts back to their
Normal. That's
normal
really
selves, and
Oh, man.
Have to
His
rebuild
chair's
this shit.
destroyed.
I mean, the Stegosaurus definitely fucked up the tent. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, your head just would have.
There's a lot of very reasonable animals, and then there's
What's 100? What was 100?
Yeah, what was 100?
T-Rex.
T-Rex.
Oh, no, animals.
Yeah, so like the last like 5 were all dinosaurs. So it was like Velociraptor, Brontosaurus, Stegosaurus, Pterodactyl, Triceratops, T-Rex. Yeah. I was really pulling for someone to roll an 89 because it's a sloth. And it just
Oh
feel
my
like,
god.
The Brontosaurus is able to see like Orion in the distance.
Miles away.
oh shit, why is he right here? All right, so yeah, you guys have a fun drinking game before
Go
the
back to the old times before we all died.
yeah.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah. Sad times.
I will. I do want to like after we're done with our like drinking game and whatever. Like, I guess it's the Emperor, your dad, or something. That's fine. So I'll talk to everybody. I just wanted to say that I appreciate every single one of you guys. You could have easily killed me when we left on that ship from Illyria. When you guys, I had only let, I think Zenro and Sage know that I was, for lack of a better word, possessed.
I'm sorry, what?
Hold on. When I,
Long time ago.
yeah, long time ago. Not currently possessed.
There's having the same moment here.
Yeah.
That was with Arathians.
Yeah, sorry. You guys could have easily killed me. That was a whole conversation that even happened on the ship, and you guys decided to help me get rid of it. So, I wanted to thank you guys for that, and if anything does happen to me, I care a lot about you guys, and have enjoyed our journey together. So,
Sage will take Vitra's hand and just hold it.
so thank you guys.
Cree will for the first time hug you.
Oh,
Say, you're my favorite little blue person.
oh God, that's so nice.
She's got to only know one.
I know. But I'm her favorite.
She hasn't met Rumash yet.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna-
The default.
You do notice like the Emperor kind of like wave over one of the soldiers and just like whisper something in his ear, and he's like,
I promise I'm not possessed anymore.
"It's okay."
If it helps you, we're fighting. You
No,
know.
good.
Oh, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't think anything's gonna help necessarily.
Okay. But yes, that is where the horns came from.
And here I thought you were just one of us.
I'm so sorry.
Just
A
small.
little betrayed on this.
Yeah, the whole time he just thought you were a team.
Oh, I know. That's why you came in and talked to me the first time
Yeah.
when we were on
On the boat.
the boat together.
I was like, hey. They'll grow. They'll get there.
The babies.
Hey, don't be ashamed. All right?
You should have levitated back and be like, you'll figure it out.
Oh man.
See what I can do with my hair. Woo-hoo. All right.
Right, that's fine. I wanted
To
to say.
finish up, we'll do a toast to us misfits.
Yeah.
You don't have, like, you just have nothing in front of you. Just
No,
an
no,
empty
actually,
table.
I actually wrote, well, I didn't write, but it basically in front of me is like the most basic wooden bowl with like beef stew in it. And for the first time, you actually see me eat it. Because it was what my father used to make me. I try to eat it.
To us misfits.
Cheers.
Misfits.
Cheers.
Cheers. To family.
See the Emperor's. Cheers.
With all due respect, Vitra, we should have killed you.
I feel like a lot
You
of-
may get your wish in this next battle, buddy.
Because that would have saved us a lot of trouble. Looking back on it, I'm like, yeah, we would've just, yeah.
You're like, oh man,
Hey, you
Bradbury had
know.
a point on the boat.
Listen, the
If he
fucking
would have
bug.
killed me, who's to say that he wouldn't have just possessed somebody else?
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been our deal with it.
Right, but then you'd have to bend the knee later on in life.
Hey, we wouldn't
So-
have
Glad you're here, Vitra.
Thank you, Sage.
That is a question for the all-knowing God known as DM.
Donovan, yeah.
Dungeon.
Yeah.
Mister.
Actually works out. DM is okay. I didn't think about that.
So yeah.
So once the feast is over, I'll pull the tribes aside.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, no, you wanted to do something.
You want your moment too?
Yes, sorry. So in this moment, with all the tribesmen here, I know that they were probably all having a good time with the Legion because they're
Oh, yeah.
disgusting. You know how it goes. So I'll bring them aside, and I want to give them a moment to.
Do I?
So I'll give them a moment. My tribe. I know 20 years is a very long time to lose somebody and have him come back and start demanding things of you so quickly.
Some of them are a little drunk and they can't quite totally hear you, so they think you're pumping them up, and they're like, "Yeah!" from the back.
Yes. I want you to know today is your last safe day.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, there's a chance that a lot of you will not make it home. This fight that we're going into terrifies me. And I'm not scared of anything. But I want you all to know that if something happens to me, the fight's not over there. And I'll take this moment to let them all know the information about the captured tribesmen from way long ago, and kind of give them a mission afterwards if something were to happen to me. And one last thing, because I'm worried about tomorrow. I know you all were so scared of magic at one point. But magic is what led us to a victory before. And I think we're taking a step to understand magic a little more. So if you're willing, if you're able, and if it suits you tonight, reach out to Elias. Ask him for help and guidance. Have him guide you in the upcoming battle. You'll quickly learn you guys have the same mindset when it comes to these battles. I'm not forcing anyone, but I'm giving you the option. And then tonight, before I go to sleep, I'll reach out to Elias and tell him to expect a bunch of tribes to start talking to me. They're not going to talk formally.
Your email may be blowing up, boy.
Some of them are drunk.
It's on Do Not Disturb mode on his channel divinity. Yeah, I mean you don't hear cheers. It's not the same sort of motivational speech as was given by Silex or the Emperor.
Oh no, this is somber as fuck.
But they seem to understand. They seem to just kind of nod along, and a couple of them like kind of walk by, put their hand on your shoulder as they walk by, just kind of like nod and move on. The next one come over and kind of like shakes your hand or like kind of like gives you a nod of approval and just keeps moving. But yeah, it's not. There's no triumphant cheers.
I'm not after that one.
Yeah. You don't get a response from Elias when you reach out. But you're able to let him know and kind of give him a warning.
I'm like testing Eldritch Blast into the sand real quick just to make sure it's still there.
No, you're still
Yeah, okay, cool.
Turn on his battery. Ooh, shit.
Just fizzles.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything?
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
No? All right. Before the next day, I have to ask, are those cookies for everyone, Tristan?
Yeah.
Go ahead and grab a cookie.
Because they smell amazing.
Wife's
And I
dead.
cast vicious mockery.
I'm
we're
so
back.
sad now.
Okay. We're back. We've got cookies. We're happy.
Yes.
Yeah, so next morning, well, you think it's morning. The sky is
We've
darker
waxed
than
it.
ever. You're close enough now that you're within eyesight of the source of the smoke. You were, ironically, really close when you were when you were at your house, but you couldn't see because of all the trees and forest. But from what you can tell from where you're standing, kind of overlooking in the distance, you see the river, you see the red waste in front of you approaching, and it looks as if a mountain in the northern part of just north of the Reckon Oasis, seemed to have popped like a volcano, and ash and soot and smoke are spewing out still. Even from this distance, you can see it still going. The Vesuvian Mountains seem to have erupted, casting the entire visual eyesight in darkness.
How dark is it? Or like how
It's
dark?
like it feels like
Night?
nighttime. Yeah, I mean there's no sunlight getting through.
Okay. So are we traveling by like torchlight and stuff?
Yeah.
How far away from the coordinates? Like if I'm keeping track on the map, how far from the coordinates?
We'll say if you guys start marching and start heading out, you're by the time you started marching, you were about 4 hours away. So it won't take you very long at all to get there.
Okay.
This was after a long rest, or did we?
You guys long rested.
Um,
You guys did the heroes feast and then long rested, and then now we're here.
yeah. Then we're good to go. We'll march forward.
All right. You guys approach, and as you walk through the red waste, and you can definitely tell when you're in the red waste. Not because it's red necessarily. That's more of a way, like a nomenclature, but it's dry and hard. The sand in Jaru and sand in general is coarse and loose. This seems like it's been packed down. The floor itself, or the ground itself, is kind of cracked as
Like Death
like a
Valley.
barren place that doesn't get a lot of water, and it's not necessarily red in that same way, but it does have like a clay kind of consistency to it. You guys start getting closer to the coordinates, and
Once we're probably within 45 minutes, I'll activate the Gem of True Seeing and keep an eye out for anything invisible.
Did we ever get a report back from?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
True. Thank you for looking out.
you did not.
Nah, I'm just worried about that.
Oh,
20,000 gold and the shit dies.
Battery joins her side.
20,000 gold cost back.
No, he was probably.
Left.
He might have a circle up like this spelling.
Maybe.
So you are within 45 minutes out, and you put on your true seeing eye goggles.
I didn't get anything back from my friend. Just out of
That's terrifying.
Didn't seem like that great of a friend, if you ask me.
He probably could have seen him coming or knew of his presence from a farther point than we believed.
And you walk on.
Yeah, there's nothing invisible.
Make it our way.
It lasts for an hour, so
Yeah, as you get close, I mean, you don't.
anything illusioned, hidden, anything.
He's you guys get you begin to approach where the journal tells you to go, and there's
Look for save right now.
I use my keen undead eyes to search the horizon and see if I
I
see
need to
anything.
reload. My last save point is
Why did
now.
the
We get a
music?
game over. Can we start back right
yeah. Why'd the music get louder?
The music has changed, gotten more intense, and there's a bunch of health potions.
Guys,
around.
there's a fog wall behind us.
I mean, is there anything worth perceiving on this flat, like, kind of
I
perception
mean,
check?
yeah, I'm getting to it. So as you guys look forward, as you get closer, other places you've been, there's been, homesteads and village-style huts and places of living. Here, there's nothing. Nothing. It is a barren place. The only thing you see as you look across this broken, cracked world is a seemingly made out of the earth and clay around throne. Just a chair. Just one chair.
Okay.
Is someone sitting on said chair?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I like how we noticed the throne first.
Like,
Not the person sitting in
beautiful
the
chair.
So those of you in the front see Orion sitting in the chair, and you see Bradbury close by, kind of pacing back and forth behind the chair and kind of walking around. They obviously see you guys coming, and Bradbury walks out to meet while Orion stays in the chair. And he starts walking. At this point, whenever he comes into shouting range, you're probably 200 feet away from Orion, and then Bradbury's probably like 50, 60 feet away from you guys.
I will
And-
rage activate my weapon. I
Oh my god.
will go up first. Like, I will meet Bradbury face to face.
Yep. Bradbury walks up and he sees you and kind of tips his hat. Y'all really don't want to do this. Please. Turn back.
We want to do this. And I'll take a swing.
No, wait! No! God damn it! Okay, wait, hold on.
Nope. Roll to attack.
Oh, no, that's fine. I was just saying,
Of
like...
course it's fine.
Yeah. Just, before we all roll initiative, I want to do something.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, you can easily say, based on the fact that he just jumped into the air, you're probably, shit's about to happen. Because I was going to do like a little area like effect for all this, but since I didn't say it, I
No,
didn't say that.
it's alright.
Okay,
You
yeah,
did
now
not
I
go first.
with the first swing.
Nat 20 was the first.
Swift.
With
Did he just like anime style, like hands in pockets, just flee back? And you just missed.
Because I'm pretty sure I didn't take lucky.
I just took that.
I have that too.
Yeah, it's saving throws.
Oh,
Shit.
here too. Woo!
Are you going to allow me to do my 2 attacks or just 1?
I mean, this isn't an action. You were just kind of taking a swing at him, so no, because you're not in initiative
no,
to take
okay,
an
no.
Don't
action.
question it now.
I mean, it was like a surprise attack. So you
While
have
that's
your,
happening, I'm gonna hand movement for everyone to start fanning out.
You're going to go back.
Like
Okay.
the
There's-
legions to march.
and you guys hear the of all the feet just surrounding, and Bradbury is, as you go to swing, he's like, yeah, I don't want to do this. And you're like, I want to do this. And you swing and he just goes, like right at the last second, just kind of steps back really quick as it whiffs. He just looks back and goes, okay. He just turns around without any care that you're right behind him. He just turns around and starts walking back to Orion.
Attack of opportunity.
Do you want us to roll initiative?
Yeah, let's go ahead and roll
Because
initiative.
I was like, if he turns around and walks away, with my assassin, I would have taken that shot.
Okay.
Who do you want to roll? Dax, come on, don't get me wrong. Fuck. Oh, I get advantage on you.
Is that a natural 20?
Yes.
What was it
Love my
before?
hope. That was a 7.
I was a 7, okay.
My helmet will wear an advantage on initiatives.
Okay, whatever, 10.
He moves.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. how
Yeah, it's
I
one of the
want to.
benefits of being a zealot, but it doesn't let you do.
Oh, that's
Alright, Ryder, come here. Ryder's been asking to see the god of
I'm
the
like
fucking.
over here. Like,
So I don't have like an actual Bradbury mini. Like I just never made one, but this guy's gonna be Bradbury. So.
Okay. He's like,
it's scary, huh?
Do you want to use Brood for me?
He is the king. You can think of him as the god of demons, but
He looks like a night demon.
you're kind of.
He kind of looks like a world half orc and a half demon.
You're kind of.
Or like a half phoenix.
he sure is, buddy. he sure is a real
Wish us luck, Bubba. Say you're gonna kill him.
Ryder doesn't have faith in us.
You might.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I think it might work for the
We're gonna
enemy.
do our
So you
very
don't have to do it.
I just pull them out.
Okay.
2 minutes to rest.
So these guys are gonna be each one of these shiny boys is a legion. Okay.
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 So
Shiny
we
boys.
have the 4th Legion fanning out this way. We have the 12th Legion over here, and
Oh my God,
behind
this looks
is
so epic.
the 20th Legion. Directly behind Carter, who we're just gonna use Eberron's mini because he looks badass. So that's gonna be Carter. Sorry for the traumatic
you again.
PTSD here of seeing Eberron, but he's
So is this?
It
this is
looks
just a
epic,
flat
so-
plate, right?
Okay.
there's like nothing around. It is barren. Let me
The
see.
perfect place for a road. But I'm not one anymore.
Yeah, when's Corey gonna show up at the very end and be like, stab?
she gets a light
Have
stand.
the last hit. That's it.
I
No,
followed-
she'll guide our bodies,
I
or
followed-
she'll guide our souls into the next
I
one.
followed a ghost all the way out of here.
I mean, we knew this might happen.
Needs help from Death Daddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's Sun Daddy?
I can't.
I guess it's for you. It's like son uncle, isn't it?
I don't know what I am to him. Like, Beach is still very confused on that
More
front.
questions for when we're done.
If you're
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
assuming
I mean,
you-
Mandy will find answers. Vitra might not, but. And it's hard when there's no sun. You know.
Maybe that's part of it. Is to like
I know. I mean.
not the sun.
if only there was a
Symbolic.
better giant sun.
I know.
I mean, I'm a little scared of that.
So
Too bad my fish was really cool.
I know. I was picking up the ones earlier. It was like kinetic sand. Like,
She likes a little too much food for me. A little more structure.
Here's a plate.
That sounds like an Adam thing to say. I like my cookies with a little more structure.
That is a very Adam thing to say. I like structured cookies.
I do.
You're at the Subway, want a cookie? It's not structured enough. Like, okay.
Hey, I like my cookies. I like my cookies. I don't make them for me though. So. Or we'll have to buy more at the store now.
okay,
Okay.
you can kind of see.
Okay.
Alrighty.
And I feel very anxious.
As you should be.
Hey, no worries.
I feel fine. What are you talking
I'm
about?
still asleep. Please moved a little bit. Oh, we gotta spread out hardcore.
Yeah.
I will say I missed the TV. So I can look at where our minis are.
All right.
I'm gonna do something.
Okay, so attack of opportunity, Trey. Just right off the bat.
One of these dice won't sit.
Yeah, but it could take you all game to figure out which one.
Yeah, well, it pretty much is. 23.
Okay.
Okay, great.
I was gonna say, if you miss another one, you're getting on Zoom.
Drive back.
You know, he just sits in the other room.
Oh.
He just sits over my desk.
Yeah, there you go. He's like, what do you get? And he says like 23 across. And I'm like, no, push to talk. You gotta.
12, 16, 22, 25 damage. 4 of it's radiant, 3 of it is lightning.
How many?
4 of it's radiant.
No, how many total?
25.
I'm gonna try and keep track and see.
Yeah, it's just one.
Well, how do you know that?
You wanted to be
I
involved.
love
Yeah.
this little squeak.
He's got a pose now that he likes to do for everything and stuff. And I'm like, oh, please don't ever do that. He's trying to do it for his school photos. They told him he couldn't. And I was like,
That would have been the greatest
How I
thing
know
for
I
all
would
ever.
the best.
no, but for me, it's not.
I was like, it's good until he's in high school, and then someone else finds that. You know?
That's like at his wedding, someone posted.
Yeah.
Oh, look how you were when you were 7.
Oh, you should see his kindergarten photos. Oh, it's rough. I love it.
Well, that's an
What
age
grade
that
is
it's
he in
like
this
cute, but
Huh?
What grade is he in this year?
He's still technically at first.
First.
Do you want to come sit?
You
Yeah,
want?
Just watching you.
You can, hey, you can watch, but you have to be
Yeah,
quiet.
That's
Okay.
very defensive. I'm just
You can be in here.
Come on.
I just want to see.
Then you stand there.
All right, you be creeper.
same.
I'm just gonna stand. I'm just gonna. Ryder, do it.
You can't hit me if I'm behind the wall.
damn it. Fireball doesn't work on doors. No wonder. Smart.
My first roll already for initiative wasn't great, guys. So I don't know
You
what that
mean
means.
either.
It wasn't the greatest tuner.
It's fine. I'm just gonna switch out my D20.
You want some other D20s?
I rolled all my d20s.
Oh. That's my spell arm.
Process of elimination.
That's my spell on.
It was.
Dumb.
Here's some box marking today.
Hey, look at that. They're all cooperating.
See, what you
I
gotta
like
do is you
the
gotta
way
put
it's
your
done. I
dice
think
with
it's
20 on
interesting.
top, so that the mass and the dice
Yeah.
settles to the
There.
bottom.
Yeah,
So when you roll it,
unfortunately,
you'll
the-
get 20s.
Yeah,
Wow.
unfortunately, like the bottom
That's a
schools
good,
where the ones
strategy.
like
It's real science.
they stick out a little
Never.
bit more. So
You
Not
learned that
once.
in the Church of Scientology.
The only time it's ever worked is if the dice
They're
that Adam
beautiful
stole
for
from
your
me,
character.
yeah, yeah.
which is the black and red
You
one,
gotta get new dice
and
for
that
your-
is because it
your
is
character.
weighted
Yeah.
to line
Not
20.
that it's only
It's not, it's just
character.
really lucky. You told us
Yeah,
that.
put that in a glass of salt water, you'll see it.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just like I kind of want like heavy
That's a fool.
proper
So-
therapy,
Yeah,
Doesn't
but
like
look
me.
close to it.
for just in
I mean,
general.
yeah.
Too close to your 18.
But I don't know. I did have a
Close to
set.
your
I mean,
other.
arguably it's
Fours
always,
in
there's
it.
an
There's a,
Okay, yeah.
one of our first DMs.
Start.
I got 3.
I
No.
thought about keeping it.
One of our first DMs used
I haven't
this
decided.
and fucking wrecked
really
us.
diced
Like,
out,
it was
but
just
you don't
roll a
get
natural
a
20,
lot
and
of
so
dice.
we took that dice.
Maybe
Yeah.
one
Okay.
set for the
Yes.
character.
And then I used it to let all
Initiatives.
go until
Who rolled over 20?
Mine was at
What is yours?
23.
Cool, same as last time.
the
What is
30,
yours? Dirty 20. Disgusting. Okay. Okay. 15 to 19. Awesome.
there's a gap.
Were you expecting an answer?
Who rolled a 10? Same as last time. Who rolled a 9?
Oh my god.
8? Oh shit.
We're gonna die!
Ryan rolled a fucking 43 or something.
It's just gonna make that first hit.
Cree,
for
did you say you rolled an 8?
Yeah. I did. Proud of it.
Nullify what I was gonna do, but it's fine.
You're learning.
All I do is take the damage.
It's too
It's sad because that's my job.
Who rolled a 7?
Yeah, but I take half damage on everything.
Anyone roll a 7? 6?
Ah, yikes.
5?
It's at least a 3.
4?
Hey! That's my number there.
What's your initiative plus?
+2.
Oh,
So
okay.
you rolled a 2.
Wow.
That makes sense.
Roll a 2.
Wow.
I got about as low as I can go.
We're starting off strong.
That's fun.
Hey guys.
Super fun. Super
Guys
fun
all
for
die.
us.
Oh, shit, to life. One at a time. With the request that he doesn't attack you. Until I run out of diamonds, which 300 apiece would be good.
Okay. Sorry, there's a lot of like NPCs and stuff that need initiative count too.
That's good. That's
Are you
good.
rolling for like
We
Legion
want
as a
that.
whole?
We
Oh
want
yeah,
that.
did you include the tribe?
Good thinking, you guys.
I have brood if
That's
you
more
want
for
him.
us.
Huh?
I have brood if you want him.
Yeah, let's use it.
Yeah.
For the herd.
That's perfect. Where do you want the tribe to be at?
I just
Because
prefer to sit on the ground.
he had said fan out, but where do you want the tribe?
The tribe will be up front. They're very aggressive.
Right next to it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really like right behind
Now,
you.
I know these are obviously
I like
5-foot
the
squares,
ground.
and we're talking about each legion having about 1,500 soldiers. So
Solid.
use your imagination.
Yeah.
So the tribe only has about 200.
Yeah.
No, not
No,
20.
that's small. Or big.
Yeah, you guys still had a lot of people. What do you
Did we?
mean?
I thought we died a lot in the...
He says we have 200, we have 200.
Those were just the people injured that came back. You still had a bunch of people that survived.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, we
The
have
40
200.
people- yeah,
DM
the-
says we have 200, we have
The
200.
40 people that survived were the ones who were hurt. You guys had to save. There was still a bunch that were
I'm gonna
alive.
shake everybody except like.
You're very much the
Yeah.
strong core middle of the...
Yeah, so anyways, my point is these are still going to be 5-foot squares. Just
Yes.
let's not be weird, okay?
Yeah.
All right, we know there's like 1,000, there's 1,500 people in this little guy. Let's not be weird, all right?
Okay.
Shower of arrows.
Pretty much, yeah. It's gonna be like playing like
Yeah.
some sort of like strategy game where like each little piece is a certain amount of people.
Yeah.
But obviously, you guys all stand alone. So
Hero pieces and Civ. I got it. Cool.
what?
Hero pieces and Civ. I got it.
Yep. Q.
All right.
Silex.
Silence, what are you gonna do?
You're up first, baby.
I suggest you start shooting at dragons.
Okay.
Yeah, why are those bro?
And then go hide in dungeons.
Not
So,
your friend.
No matter what, just keep me dragging out.
so what I will do.
Yeah. That's why you brought the big one.
Oh, I got a better.
Hey man, it's the last one. You gotta.
So this is Bradbury, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I will make my way over here. I get a good shot on him. And Bradbury hasn't gone yet, correct? Okay, so that means that I auto-crit. I'm gonna attack him. Okay, so
The DM enjoys his Moscato while you struggle to find your way.
Just roll a 5.
You thought you knew damage to the evil one.
does a 22 hit?
You're shooting Bradbury?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so because he hasn't gone yet, it's a crit, and I'm gonna pump sneak attack into it because I got advantage, and branding smite.
Okay.
Damn, okay.
So
Perfect music for a donkey kick to this guy's face. What are you shooting? Which bullet?
this is just a regular bullet.
Okay.
This is not one of the other bullets.
What are you looking for?
Well, I do that. Okay. 8 15. Oh no, so 20, 27 for a minute. 27 plus 15
30, 42.
plus 12.
42 plus 12?
Yeah.
54.
Plus another 12.
66.
And then branding smite.
Oh yeah, you're still a low-level rogue technically, so you don't
Yeah, I
have
only
that
get
much.
2d6.
Yeah.
That's why I put
But that does
branding.
max out for an instant 12.
Yeah, and then I rolled another 12. And then another 2d6 from radiant. Plus another 11.
Oh.
77 points.
No, you were at 66.
That's 77. He's in there. 77.
And Trey, you said he did 25 points of damage to him? Okay. So help me out with that. That's
25
76, so 102
Yeah.
total?
And then I will take another shot. And I'll get advantage on that one. No, and I missed the second shot.
Yeah, you're not so tough you don't auto crit. Okay. Silex, anything else you're doing on your turn?
No, that was all I could do.
Okay. You guys watch. You guys watch Silex pull out his gun and just, and it's this loud thundering boom as you just see Bradbury get hit in the back and just fall forward a few steps and just catches himself with his knee right as he goes down, and he just like turns and looks back at you, and you guys watch the entire backside, like where his like back connects to his shoulder is just dripping with blood and his like arms almost dangling off. He kind of looks back, understandably upset.
He can't become invisible until my spell ends because of the.
That is not on his mind.
Okay.
It's good to know. Definitely not on his mind at all. Gosh, that was a big hit. Okay.
Yeah.
I can get. He hasn't gone yet. If he had gone before me, it would have been fucked.
You guys watch Orion
No.
step down off of his throne. Now, last time you saw him, he looked a little bit different than he does now. He looks a lot more human than he did before. He looked a lot more like a titan last time you saw him. His features were oversized. They were just,
Raw.
yeah, they weren't refined. And now as Orion steps down, you kind of see he has a little bit more of like a human-esque shape and size. Still very much bigger than you guys, but not dramatically. And you watch him kind of look up into the sky, look back over to the volcano. He just goes,
Oh,
I'm gonna need
oh shit.
some saves from,
What is he doing? Is he casting something?
yeah.
I gotta save it for later.
Again.
You guys, I will say, just to add some context, because it might help with what you guys know about the game, you do see him holding on to the purple staff. And you notice that he used the staff to cast, like he pointed at the volcano.
This is the staff that Crater had. The
Crater.
contingency one?
Yes,
I say Crater.
Crater. It was Crater.
Contingency.
It was originally, yeah.
What
It's
save are we?
1 second. It's definitely dexterity, but I can't remember if there's another one. No, just dexterity saving throw.
Wasn't bad.
Okay, that's pretty good. Nope.
22 is the save.
Not that. I walked out of that
You want a cookie?
Are you hungry? You can get those.
I got motivation.
Okay. Pass, fail.
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 Pass.
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 Adam.
Fail.
Fail.
So the 4 of you failed, 3 of you passed. Carter is going to fail. The Xeris, can you go ahead and roll another one for the tribe using your own stats?
I failed miserably.
Okay, so the tribe fails.
You're too distracted.
This
Wait, are they
legion-
raging yet?
Huh?
Are they raging yet?
Probably not. They haven't gone yet.
Did you roll initiative?
And then this legion passes.
Great.
This one isn't hit. So everyone here is hit Gonna get hit by two things. As you guys see the volcano spurt out these rocks that come flying through the sky. They come crashing into you guys. Those who failed
Brilliantly.
Those who failed take 68 fire damage.
Well, it's not nice for you.
And we got lucky. 54 bludgeoning damage.
One more time. 54 bludgeoning damage and what?
54. Let me go to the other one. Hold on. 54 bludgeoning and 68 fire.
That's on a fail.
It's on a fail.
So I take.
So a total of 122 points of damage
So I'm gonna
come
take
crashing here.
almost got that.
You guys watch as the 20th Legion, the strongest legion in the Cretan Empire, just get melted with burning rocks as they come flying through. You see, I mean, they technically all failed. Yeah, you see the entire 20th Legion just
I thought they
destroyed.
passed.
Huh?
Did they pass? Or they failed?
They failed.
Oh, okay.
Carter passed.
Oh, okay.
Carter passed. They failed. I rolled separately for them. Xeris, your hit point total is like 200 and something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I gave 200 hit points to your tribe, so they're going to be down to 78 now.
Except not. They're all teachers.
That's true. So it was 68 fires, so that's 34 plus 58, which is different.
92.
So it'll be, they'll have 108 hit points. 108 hit points remaining. If you want to keep track of that as well. I'm going to have it on here, but just so you know, since they're your tribe.
That's okay.
Sorry, y'all.
Let them get in, like you said. This isn't their bad.
Okay. That's what he does with the staff. And then
Because we haven't died yet.
Yeah. Come
you
close,
watch.
guys. Yeah. One more hit though. I'm out.
Yeah, you'll be fine. No.
Let's turn into some sort of like maybe dragon.
I'm at the bottom.
Sure, the bottom of
We're
it.
all
Just saying. Just
But
saying.
that was my plan.
Yeah. I'll give you some hit points to use.
We're just all like in the ground. You'll be in big trouble when our turn comes up.
I took it half. It half.
It's very impressive.
I'm gonna need
I took that all to the face.
since they're attack. Actually, I was gonna go for Silex since you just shot the gun. Silex
Cool.
and
Sick.
Make yourself a target.
Who's attacking me?
Orion.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Bradbury's dad could beat up your dad.
No, probably.
25. Well, also, really just Zinro and Silex.
I take back what I said.
Just to make sure. Hold on. We gotta.
Yeah, really
You
count
guys-
it out.
Excuse me, Silas, you hear charging sound?
Oh, it just barely misses me.
Yeah. So
Oh, okay.
Zinro and Silex. I need dexterity saving throws. You already know the save. 22. Dexterity saving throw.
Nope.
His, what he said.
Hey, it's gonna knock out half of us before you go.
Is he casting a spell?
Mhm.
I will try and counterspell.
Okay, it's level 7.
Definitely gonna try to counter spell.
14 plus 11 is 25.
So you guys watch Orion. This time he just kind of points his finger, not using the staff, and you watch like this staticky orb come out of his hand, and Silex just stupefy, and it just fizzles, and you see Orion like stand up and look directly at you. He's gonna go.
Does he hop like that? I really hope so.
Oh my god, he's
Yeah, with his
really
wings,
close.
too. He's trying to fly the whole time.
Show him how to fly.
I'm gonna turn this way just so the camera can see.
He's giving his best shot to the
Yeah.
camera.
He's stage forward, you know.
Stage forward.
Oh man.
And that's gonna be Orion's turn. Sage.
I can really do that.
Alright.
What
Alright,
is that?
see?
So when he steps forward, I'm gonna go ahead and move forward too.
How far?
Probably next to Silex.
Oh,
I'm off to the side.
he's over here.
Oh, he's over, oh, okay,
I'm
never
off
mind.
to
I'll
the side.
probably
Means
just step
Eris?
forward to get a good, clear visual.
What's your movement?
35.
20, 25, 30, 35. This is as far forward as you can get.
Perfect. Actually, take me back like maybe 10 feet. No, I have a reason. Okay,
Yeah, I don't
and
wanna
then,
Yeah, we all know the reason.
I don't want to be close to him either.
And then I'm gonna cast Moonbeam at the 5th level.
Yeah.
That's
Moonbeam. I'm a fan. Except when it killed the kid.
It was a good child murder.
If it killed the child,
Yep,
I think
what is
it's
a-
alright.
Orion is very young right now.
I think it's because we killed the eye, or we
And I have my
destroyed
wand.
the eye.
Wait, I'm gonna cast it with my wand.
Okay.
He needs to make a Constitution saving throw. I know he's probably.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the save?
He has to beat a 21.
He fails.
Woo!
He's gonna choose to succeed though.
Oh, fuck off!
You! Okay.
Then
Well,
I choose that he failed. No, I'm just kidding.
We all choose to be
9,
there.
10. So let me roll my d10.
Rolled a freaking 2. Freaking 2 on the dice.
Down the dice.
It's not good enough to save from the siege.
14.
Next up.
Wait.
I
He's
know.
still oh, okay, sorry.
Just letting you fucking.
Sorry.
He's still taking damage.
Actually, nobody for a bit.
28 points of radiant damage. Then I'm
Okay.
going to turn into an earth elemental and burrow into the ground.
Coward.
I'm coming for you.
Sneaky though.
Yeah, sneaky coming.
Yeah.
What? Shut up.
That was 28. That was 28 with the save or with the fail?
Huh? 28 was total, so he'll take 14 if it's half.
No.
Okay.
He won't take anything?
He's more wounded.
I'm just trying to keep track too.
You guys watch Orion get hit by this moonbeam. The first real shining light that you can really see in this kind of dark place, and you watch this like purple electric energy shatter through this moonbeam, not like you guys have seen in the past. As it hits Orion, you see it like skirt across his body, and you see him wince in pain for a moment, and then look confused at the rest of you.
Did he take any damage?
You don't know.
He wins.
I can't even think this is me.
Well, you always say like, oh, well, he'll take half damage, or he'll take this, or...
You said no.
I know, so I erased the 28.
Let's just say he did take damage, but it was different than he was expecting.
Okay,
And I was using my wand.
I'll pick damage, question mark.
Okay, Sage, anything else? You burrowed underground.
If
So-
I don't have any more movement, so
I'm gonna keep you on top.
that's fine.
Just remember you're
Do you want to get like a paper towel?
a burrowy
I'll burrow
little
in
girl.
elemental.
I wonder if there's a thing here for burrowed elemental. Probably not, huh?
What was that?
She looked at Moonbeam.
Oh. She just looked at me and go, I'm like, what does that mean?
I was like, it's a spell.
It's a good one.
What kind of a spell was it?
Yeah, it kills children
Yeah.
very easily. Disintegrates them almost.
Let's just not practice it online, please.
Your children?
My children. I won't do that, I promise.
We'll
Yeah,
think we can
okay.
manifest
There's nothing cool there.
that, but yeah,
Alright.
we'll try.
You are raging though,
I'll
so.
do my very best.
Once you've done it,
What did you say? You are raging, so it puts a little red ring on me.
Hey man, I'm gonna use them. Okay.
I'm not want to read.
Oh, that's so sad. Legion 20 was up. Rip.
Not anymore.
Rip.
Damn. They had the most damage that they could do.
Fuck.
Carter.
You put him there on purpose.
I thought they would pass, honestly.
Fair.
Carter is up.
Carter?
Carter is going to take a dash action. And actually, he's going to actions.
Yeah.
He's going to stand in front of Silex.
He's gonna what?
He's going to stand in front of you.
Your father.
So I am facing Orion.
And then I can't move anymore. Okay, but he's ready.
Gonna throw his glass.
Ready to go. Legion 12 that's left. Legion 12 is going to barrage
You wanna
with...
roll? Or you wanna roll?
What?
Because you want me to roll.
No, I'm going to roll. They're going to barrage with the dragon scale arrows. And 5. That's a 24, so that's going to smack them. Damage, this would be cool. I'm going to do it on here. So since there's 1,000 of them, I think 40 d6.
Just machine gunning at him.
You guys watch a barrage of arrows just, and it come bolting down, and you guys see that same lightning effect as these dragon scale tipped arrows pierce into him, and you see him kind of couple his wings around to try to deflect it, and you see the arrows piercing through the wings, and just all around you see these arrows essentially painting the ground black in their feathers, as 141 damage from the barrage comes poltering down.
So I mean, not all of them are using dragon scale arrows. Like, it's not. Can I see if the dragon scale arrows did more? Like if normal arrows just kind of bounced off his wings.
He's doing an experiment in the middle of the battle.
Yeah, I don't know. Bill Nye, how are you going to go figure that out? Are you going to get close to see?
I'm just
or what?
watching what happens to him as he's getting attacked by these arrows.
Consider the fall.
I mean,
He put blue feathers on the ones.
yeah, I was like, do you have a way to differentiate between the dragon scale and non-dragon scale?
One, I mean, I guess
From
one would be
from
black, one would
from
be
60
Shiny.
from 60 feet away in darkness.
Right.
Like, are you going to be able to tell?
You guys have that eye of truth.
But like I said, I did describe it in the same way the moonbeam hit. You guys see this like kind of shock of lightning kind of across his like wings and skin and armor as these arrows pierce him. Oof.
I only made 2 swords that were completely made. Here's that.
Yeah, use
My staff has.
Okay. Vitra.
It's my turn.
Yep. Vitra, Xeris.
Shocker.
Vitra, Xeris, Kree.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay,
I
got
don't
that one.
really have like one
You can
I'm gonna. Is this correct?
Mm-hmm.
I have 60. I think I'll make it over here.
Yeah. If you're going straight through,
This way.
Yeah,
Fight
fine.
and swing
Okay.
swords.
Yes.
And a sword
Okay.
will fly.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
So
I always imagine her throwing
I'm gonna do
her doing like the
my
drill.
2 unarmed strikes. Oh, I got a natural 20 on one of them, and then I got a 31 on the next.
Oh my god.
Okay, great.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. What do I do?
Breathe, man.
See what happens when she doesn't go first in initiative.
Telling me.
Okay, so I'm doing 10, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, wait. So I have... Okay, so the natural 20 will be 10, 4, 14, 22, 30, 33 points of damage on the first hit. No, wait. That'd be 41 points of damage on the first hit.
I mean, you tell me.
41 on the first hit. Thank you. And then 6, 14. Yep. 14 on the next. And then I'm going to do a key point and do 3 blows and do 2 more.
Okay.
Probably not. Yes, 17 and 19. You're hit. That is okay. That's what I can do for you.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Are you up at him, or who are you hitting?
Bradbury.
Ooh, I thought you were hitting Ryan.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Let me warm up first, please.
It's a
Okay,
practice.
You want a second.
So 55 points total to Bradbury.
Okay. Xeris.
So, I have a problem.
Okay.
There's been something I haven't been adding to my rolls for a long time.
Well, that's too bad.
Because I'm bringing it up because it's a little overpowered as I just read it. When I chose Elias, and you sent me the stats for Elias, you said if I did radiant damage or fire damage, I could add my strength modifier on as well. So
Yep.
that's 5 points of damage
Yep.
on top of every attack.
Every
because
attack.
I get the radiant swing, but it said attacks or spells. I thought it was just spells this whole time. Do you want me to still add that 5 onto those swings? Okay, cool.
Moving forward, yes.
Moving forward.
This last game, yeah.
This is about to
In
get
the
real
future.
nasty real fast. I'm also going to go ahead and use
I want to see if I want
Zealous Presence. So everybody within 60 feet of me up to
So-
10, so all named NPCs.
NPCs.
Yeah. Pretty much everybody, because this is a radius, so pretty much double this circle.
Yep.
So, yeah.
They're going to get advantage on your attack next turn.
Yep.
Fuck yeah.
Up
Thank
until
you.
his next turn.
Until my next turn. So basically a
Oh, yeah.
full rotation.
So present.
So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to swing at Bradbury for 2 swings, which is going to be a nat 20 and a 32.
How do you want to?
Yeah, I was
How do you want to kill him? Because
In front of his father.
he's done.
If he's
he had
almost
3.
dead.
He had 3 points
Oh
left.
my
after
god,
that.
yes.
So could I swing
Yeah,
once
they're
and then
going
save my
somewhere.
second attack for an
Yeah.
attack on? Okay. So I will.
Save the
I
nat
know.
20, please, for the big guy.
Yeah, I will decapitate Bradbury.
Fuck yes.
Oh my god.
Quick swing.
Easy money.
That would involve radiance, so if you want like light beams to like shoot out of his eyes as it falls off his head. Like,
I'm
off his
sorry.
neck.
What?
So that would be radiant damage. So as I
Right.
swing,
Oh,
you could like as his head falls off, like light beams are.
Oh,
beaming
like
out
like
of his
like,
head.
like a jack-o'-lantern lit up. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all about it. That's cool.
Just-
R.I.P.
I mean, that's fucking metal. I like it.
and then I'm going to literally walk onto his body in disgrace
Trample him.
as I walk up to Orion.
I love this.
What does it say on
This is raging.
Oh, okay. Nice. That's good.
It looks like a life vest, so I love it because it's literally the only time I'm going to survive any of these hits. And do you want me to
Just
use
says
the
email.
crit for him, or do you want me to
You
use
can.
the crit
Yeah,
for
why
him?
not?
Yeah, I'll use the crit for him. That's
Yeah.
awesome. So
Don't
that's
Like,
so remind me, crit is
Max
like
damage.
max
Max
damage
damage.
plus damage.
Plus, yeah.
So max damage is 12, 20, 26 plus because plus 19, so 39 damage, and then the roll, which is one of each of these.
At least you caught it.
Yep. Which is 12, 14 plus 19, so 32. No, 33.
33 plus the 39.
Yep. So 72. beautiful crit. I'm so glad that I read my rules again.
Us too.
I mean, listen, your guy is completely built around being able to hit shit really hard and really accurately, so it makes sense your crits would be the most dangerous, so I'm all about it.
Damn. So we have advantage on attacks.
Yeah, everyone else is going to have advantage on their attacks.
Cool.
And again, as you plummet your axe into Orion, you guys see his like armor kind of shatter a bit as like this blue-purple lightning kind of shocks through his body, and you feel like as your axe is stuck in him, you kind of feel like his like abdomen flex, and like you try to pull the axe out for a second, it like holds it, like you're like and then you pull it a second time, but like when you go to originally pull it out, it's like he's holding on with just his fucking abs, like.
Would you let me flare say something?
Yeah, no, that was.
So
I mean,
after
his whole thing holding with his abs was flare. You can flare too.
Disgustingly slam into him and pull it out. I'm going to say, I'm your problem.
You said what?
I'm your problem.
I'm your problem.
Yeah, so that maybe it'll threaten him enough to focus me, beat the shit out of me, please.
Okay.
Let me snipe. Don't worry.
Kree.
My turn.
Let's get it, Cree.
Okay, so I want to fly in next to. Go ahead. I want to fly in next to Xeris and do a bait and switch again.
Okay.
So we're just gonna really just swap next to each other real quick. So fly in, yep. And then now for next round, me and you are gonna have
I'm your problem.
+8 to our AC.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
What the fuck?
Plus 8 to your AC.
I add my superior die. My superior die is a D10.
Oh, you rolled an 8.
Yes.
Yeah, so he ain't gonna hit you.
Oh yeah! You better be up front now.
You better be in front the entire fucking time.
It's just this round, guys. It's not the whole game.
But this is pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's that, and then I'm gonna do my thing. Let's stab.
Okay.
Stab. So all of my attacks.
Remember using the damage.
I'm about to take use of that because I
So
need.
those are 2 attacks right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, 2.
Do you want to designate which ones are for your whatever?
Okay. Oh,
It's
that
all
was
made
it.
hand. So
Well, no, like,
No, yeah. Let's see if any of those are gonna
the
hit.
4 main attacks.
The highest I would have so
The bonus
far would
action
be
you have to give
a
her off.
26. Does a 26 hit him?
Yes.
Okay, the lowest I would have would be a. That's not going to count that one. Yeah, 24.
24 just hits.
Just hits. Okay, I'm still gonna re-roll
Who cares about that? It's
just
his
to
guys.
see if they're getting me nat 20s. I did! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Awesome. So thankfully that is the pulse blade because the 9 lives. So okay, so then I get 4 hits. Boom, boom. One's a nat 20. So I'll save that. I'll do that one first, and that's gonna be the pulse blade. So that is a. Do I get to use the pulse attack as a nat 20?
I think so, yeah. It would
Okay.
be included into that damage. So
Yeah.
you wouldn't get to re-roll that damage dice, but it'd be in the first roll.
Well,
Right? Like,
I don't know. I guess it's up to you. So
You
do I
activate the weapon. It's up to you how you want to do it.
I mean, I would say if you're planning on using that pulse, then if you hit on that crit, then yeah, you would get to use.
full 66 plus and then roll it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So then 6 times 6 is 36 plus 6 plus 2. So that's 52. We're gonna do a lot of this. So that's 52. And then 3, 4. Oh great, I didn't. Well, so that was really bad. So I'm going to use my re-roll on one of those. So there's a 6, that's much better. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So plus 13 plus another 6, plus 13, plus another 6, plus a 2, plus a 2, plus a 2,
I want to go back.
plus a 8, plus another 8, plus another 8, plus a 7, plus another 8. So 116 damage.
Whoa, dang.
Oh wait, I didn't roll the other pulse without the thing. I'm sorry.
All the other stuff thing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, he's supposed to roll for that.
What's the save?
He's gonna pass that. Constitution.
You never know.
You have 1,000 health.
He
You probably
didn't
will.
pass the last constitution I had him do.
Yeah.
What is the save?
That's a very good question.
See if he uses yet another legendary.
My spell DC is 19.
Yeah, he's got it.
So
Don't laugh. You failed before.
I just mean like I roll an 18 on the die and he's got
Oh,
plus
yeah.
16, so
Yeah,
he
so-
passes.
Future's about to die.
Wait, why me?
To get cocky over here.
You
No,
always
that's Mandy.
well.
Not cocky.
So, okay.
For some reason, Orion looks right at Vitra.
No! I haven't even heard him yet.
The big meteor comes down. This might be close.
Smash.
Okay, so the total is gonna be 139. So 23 was that roll. Can you write down one? Yeah, okay, but he's not gonna take all that. So 139. So that was 9 divided by 2. So subtract 137 minus 130. So he got 102.
102.
Okay, 102.
Damage. That was my turn.
Hell yeah, Creed.
Did you rage?
That's okay.
Can I rage?
Does doing your switch maneuver count as your bonus action? Are you sure?
Usually
I could be wrong.
has a
I don't know. I don't know if it does or not. I feel like if I was writing rules, that would feel like a bonus action-y type of thing to do.
I mean, it's considered a maneuver.
Yeah, I don't know what
I'm just saying, like most like class feats require a bonus action to activate, like wild shape, raging, things like that. So I don't know.
Bait
I'm not
and
saying it is or isn't.
switch. I mean, I'll look it up. Bait and switch. This movement doesn't. Okay. When you're within 5 feet of a creature of your turn, you can spend a security die to switch with that player, provided you spend at least 5 feet of movement.
Cool.
So that's
Okay.
5 feet of movement.
So you're raging, and you have a life vest.
Yes.
It's helpful.
Yeah, I use 5 feet of movement of that. So,
Yeah, for sure.
perfect. All right, now I'm done.
All right.
Stabs.
Rain.
Stabby.
Rain, you are up.
Okay.
Let's go
I'm
rain.
going to pull out my wands and cast ice. Oh.
Actually, before you go,
No.
He's okay. He wanted a different song.
No.
I need
Put me in comment for the chicken.
Kree,
Oh, no.
Guess I'm not.
Xeris, Sage, Vitra, the Tribe, and Silix.
I'm underground. Does that make a difference?
Has the tribe? Is it their turn yet? Are they raging yet?
Nope.
Okay. Damn it.
It's not a sight thing, it's just within 40 feet.
What is he doing?
I need you guys to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's what we're good at.
Save is
Damn
20
it!
Save is 23.
Fuck. Right now or no? It's
Okay.
wisdom, right?
It's wisdom.
So I'm not good at dexterity rolls. I'm
Roll
good-
a 4!
I'm going to use my lucky to reroll that.
I'm gonna use my lucky to reroll that too. Motherfucker.
Much
Mandy.
better.
Sorry.
I think he's doing
Hell yeah, I'm gonna beat it that time.
all of Orion.
Yeah, I rolled a
he's
1.
great.
I rolled a
I just didn't want a 1.
4. Okay.
So,
Out of
Oh,
my
stay up as well.
lucky,
but there's a higher probability I
I've
pass
done
this
1.
because Constitution's what we're good at.
All right. Silix passed. Carter needs to roll.
What's the DC?
23.
Okay. Tribe and I both passed.
Cool. Vitra passed emphatically.
Free pass.
Okay, so everybody passed.
No, I failed miserably.
You failed miserably. Okay.
Do you not have
6.
lucky?
No, I don't have lucky.
Everyone who failed, which is just
You. So,
Sage, takes 67 points of necrotic damage.
Oh.
Everyone who
67.
failed took 67.
It's fine.
Everyone who
I did
passed
well.
still takes 34? 34 damage?
that sounds
Necrotic?
right, yeah. 34.
Alright, take it back to Bowser.
That was not nice, but I'll
Back
take
to
it.
Bowser.
As you guys see, a very similar type of effect from what you witnessed fighting Amalthea, where his like eyes go black for a moment, and you feel like life is being sucked from you as he looks at everyone.
You ever watch it, Mommy Daddy?
Just like he's absorbing it, and he likes it.
Ew.
Gross.
Gas.
That's how you get diseases, Orion.
Sorry, I gotta make sure they can't see my screen.
Oh,
They
yeah.
walk by me, so I keep having to like
Fair,
switch
yeah.
it.
Alright.
You admit that's how you get disease.
I mean, well, you know.
Rain.
Go on, roll.
Now you can go.
Okay.
Let's go, Rain!
I'm gonna give a wand out. I'm gonna
Okay.
cast Ice Storm at Orion.
Wait,
But I don't
this
want,
guy right here.
Yeah, but I don't want to get
Creed.
Okay.
So you put him on the edge.
I'm gonna put it right on the edge,
Okay.
so I don't get hit creep.
We're smart. We're smarter than this group.
Great.
Yeah, it's big brain time. Okay.
He needs to do a dex saving throw
Okay.
against the 20.
I
No.
don't know, he seems pretty big to be dexterous.
I'm sure he's very
I don't know.
dexterous.
I'm just joking.
And if he fails, he's gonna pass.
Well, it's not a great roll. Let me see what it's like. Yeah, he's definitely gonna fail that one. So he'll choose to pass.
Fuck!
It's okay. We're using them up.
I knew that was
Using them up.
Use
Yes.
those resistances.
Yeah. Don't like having to use those this early.
I know, right?
He really rolled another 2.
Alright, retire.
Okay.
I'm assuming it fails. What's the DC?
20.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's gonna be.
I like hearing all this.
Wait till I get 2 swings.
25 total. 2 of it is bludgeoning, 4 of it is cold,
Yep.
but obviously half since he failed. So
Yeah, you watch.
I used my wand.
What is
Yeah.
it halved?
It's 25 total. So
Oh, okay.
So 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, you watch as like shards of ice come crashing through, it's like glistening in the light of the moonbeam as it just comes like. Oh yeah, also, Kree's gonna have to save against the moonbeam.
The
That you,
movie was before.
it stays.
Oh, it's still there. Shit. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
does that.
Yep. I forgot about that.
I mean,
Was it
Xeris would
Constitution
probably
saving
have to
throw?
save
Well,
as
but I
well because he
turned
attacked in
into-
it. He
I turned
entered.
into. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I turned
But,
into.
like,
An earth elemental, so
I
does it
turned
go
into
away
an earth
after that?
elemental.
Not anymore.
Because you
No,
get
'cause
spells
I'm
and
still
wow shit.
casting
Right.
Wild
Right.
Shape.
Okay.
What's your DC?
20.
It's alright, their
21.
AC, their AC
She
is,
passes. You'll be fine.
Okay.
yeah, their
Still
AC
takes
is
damage. She still
8
takes damage.
plus.
By going into it, you take damage.
Yeah,
And
it
it's
was
bonus action.
28
To
was
do
the total.
To
that.
turn into a young white dragon.
That's smart. You're not polymorphing.
Nope, I am not. I am
Yeah.
wild shape. Saving that spell.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you
You
for
need to
using
say
that.
black dragon.
Now I should get a 20 on my next one.
Yeah, totally.
That's gonna be my
What's the
bookshelf.
save?
Book holder.
20.
Definitely. Okay.
Xenomorph with
And what type of damage is it?
Yeah, that thing's thick.
it. with thick thighs, dude.
He's got
That's squat too.
Look at the cheeks, bro.
28 total.
Or cheek.
Okay.
Did you increase your AC by 8?
That doesn't affect Moonbeam.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Moonbeam's a save. So
Got it.
Yeah, I haven't been punched yet. If I get punched, we're set.
We're set.
Okay,
Just watched me.
Rain just went. So now Legion 4 is gonna go.
Let's go Legion.
They're gonna take their barrage of arrows. They're gonna.
What's the radius on that?
So it is like a 20-foot radius. So
Can they aim it to where it's like a...
I mean they can, but it's dark. I mean they're just aiming. It's
I mean,
a barrage.
This isn't big for me and Kree. We're raging.
it's a roll to hit, so it's all
Yeah, they
Yeah.
have the AC, but
Yeah, you have the AC.
Oh,
but
it is difficult terrain until my next turn.
behind him.
So
Oh, the
then-
ice-
Yeah,
yeah. Okay. I will just go ahead and let you know so you don't freak out later. It doesn't affect him. He's unaffected by difficult terrain, but
You were the most
Anyone else that goes in there?
We need you to do us.
Fine, I had a cool spell. I want to do a cool spell.
I swear to God, it's a natural 1 on the barrage of arrows.
They hit the ice storm.
Damn it.
I mean, I'm nothing but punishing, so we're gonna say they miss short.
You took 14 with it.
You're about to take a hell of a lot more really fast. You're about to get a lot.
If they
better.
miss short and they do the that one, it wouldn't hit us though. It would hit everyone behind us.
They're right here. So yeah, we hit like
But now they're
this
doing
area.
arrows.
Well, yeah,
and
but
I think
and that
they
one's still not gonna hit us.
You might get hit by the arrows, but you have an 8. That plus 8 to your AC.
I was gonna say, did you lock a kid in the room?
I didn't.
Is there a little circle that says Moonbeam we could put?
No,
no.
unfortunately, I don't have a circle for that.
That's okay.
You have to use your brain, Temple.
That's hard.
You could disperse it.
She can't until I
I will.
turn.
Well, I mean, damage is already done for everybody who's in it. So.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're just gonna have a miss.
Wait,
I'm not gonna deal with
it. Still take
fail damage.
Oh, thanks.
Actually, except for Vitra.
I'm not even there.
They
So
missed
weird.
entirely and only hit each other.
It's weird. Every arrow just in a singular
Like in a
line.
row, yeah.
It's like they took turns. It's weird. They marched.
Zinro.
Did I get hit by
All right, Zinni.
No, we don't.
I didn't think I was.
You want to do your cool spell, or do you want to
was
heal
gonna
us?
do it because they got a nat 1, but
He said everyone's doing cool spell. I want to do a cool spell.
I'm just like, I feel like there's just more to this. Yeah. I'll just get a little reset here. I will go ahead and seeing him siphon like a bit of himself. I'll you see the black shadows around me pull from the middle of my chest as I kind of like punch over a little bit, and I will cast my 9th level mass heal. So I give everybody 100 points of healing.
He's getting a counter spell.
No.
Huh.
I'm killing this bastard.
How did you learn that? I wonder.
Who counter spell? 9th level.
Jeez.
Hey,
He
it gets.
spotted me. He spotted me coming.
He gets. They got rid of it. Now he has one less.
Okay. It's just a shame I can't do anything with
Hmm?
luck. Okay.
Oh, thanks.
No, I definitely don't. I've
Spell?
already used 2 level 9s. I'm like,
One of them was a staff, so I think. Alright, then
Thanks for trying.
that's all good.
Solid.
Bonus action wise,
Oh, good.
Showergy. I will just use scaling bonus action cantrip. Well, that's an action. Healing word. Holla at you, boy. Little D4ness.
who are you healing?
Who looks the most? I can't see you.
I'm in wild
Well,
shape.
she's in a
You're a
dragon.
wild
You know
shape, I don't
myself.
know that.
I take a lot less damage than Kree does. So.
I guess
Well, they're
I'm
both
on
raging. You're
silence.
both raging.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I raged
I'm
first.
wild
It's
shape
so
like
little.
that.
It's just like a little like.
Little buff.
But-
I
I
mean,
don't know what he was.
I
Did,
was fine
did
with
he
that.
get hit? Pretty bad.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm using it on me because I'm like not feeling well.
I'm not feeling well.
I just use a 4,
It's alright, we need you to stay up too so
4,
you can continue
9.
trying to get
Yeah,
heal.
I just heal myself for 9 points after feeling that he just killed off a really
I mean,
strong
this
spell.
is an example of when you're on an airplane and they tell you to put
Oh,
You have to help
right.
yourself before you help your kid.
No parent listens to that. Like, no way.
I will make my way. I will just go diagonally towards the other legion. Yeah, right there. That's fine. I get towards his backside, I guess.
Okay.
Where he's not currently looking.
He's going to use a legendary action. Um,
Hold on a minute.
he's going to do his once per day. You're going to feel, let's see, Silex, oh, he's not here, but Silex, Zinro, and Carter all feel the ground rumble. What?
Is counterspell targeting me?
It's not counterspell. This is a legendary action.
I'm asking you, when you counterspell, is it targeting me?
Is it a
You attempt
targeted
to
spell?
interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. And he's trying to counter. Is it countering the spell's action or is it countering me?
I have no idea.
I feel like this is an interesting...
What's going on?
He counterspelled a very big spell that I was trying to do.
You have to be able to see the target. So I'd say it targets you, but I guess so for
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if that's like a target because it's not.
Well, it says here a target a creature in the process of casting a spell. So he's targeting me.
You're the creature.
I guess.
As I'm casting True Mass Heal, when he does that, he sends his magic towards me. The spell Stone of Absorption grabs it and siphons it out. And I still cast Mass Heal because I have 35.
I just don't think counterspell is a targeted spell. I just don't see. Whenever I think of a targeted spell, I think of something like Fireball or Feed
Yeah, like
Line,
saving
or,
throw. Well, yeah.
Like I think of something where you have to make a save or something to get around. I just
That was my only bet. No, that's good.
I just don't consider counterspell a targeted spell.
Yeah. I was seeing if that was going to work.
I know, that's what he
Mass
does.
Heal is
Yeah.
a new one.
That's such a, yeah, that's such a fuck you move.
I know.
It hasn't been a full round yet. Either has it?
No.
Okay, count.
Okay. Damn. I was like, maybe I have it out here.
So the three of you right here feel a rumbling in the ground, and Orion just sort of raises his hand, and you guys see a claw kind of climb out of the ground as he summons a pit fiend.
No.
Now this is not Mezgul. Mezgul is dead.
Okay.
But I'm using him as the mini because he's literally a pit fiend mini,
Okay.
and it works. So it's not him.
Not Mezgul.
Not as well.
There's no.
Oh my God, there's Mezcal.
There's no theater in play. Son of a.
Oh my God, it's Mezgul.
Bet you guys thought you killed me, huh?
Half the tribe is like, Dad? No.
Damn, he's still looking behind you. What a rude bastard.
Sorry.
And let's.
You hurt yourself? You did it.
How do you do it?
Put him.
Oh, this is nail. Yeah. He's got it.
Okay.
You did it again?
So behind you, behind Silex and Zinro, stands a large pit fiend, standing about 12 feet tall, holding some sort of like magical club in his hand. You can see it kind of like wavering with energy. That's it for that action, or for that legendary action. The tribe's
The
turn.
action was to summon a pit fiend.
So the tribe is,
Legendary.
well, kind of torn. They're gonna see the new threat. No, they're gonna stay with their chief. So they're gonna attack Orion. A bunch of just melees.
I mean, they should all like have advantage because I just imagine this two
They all do.
barbarians.
They
kinda,
do
like,
have
walking
advantage
around.
because of his zealot.
Oh, I
No,
meant
that's only 10 people. So only named NPCs will have advantage. But
I meant more of like the flanking aspect.
they will have advantage if they start raging. So their first attack when raged.
Oh,
Is
then
that-
yeah, they're all gonna rage right away.
Hell yeah.
Life vest.
Happy for it.
Oh, thank goodness on that one. Oh, that's a crit. Oh my
That's
god.
disgusting.
Oh my god. Okay,
Yeah.
now I will say they do not have dragon scale weapons.
Sure. Or, bonus to radiant damage or, hey.
Sure.
It is if they're using
However-
great axes, that's a D12. So,
No, I'm gonna do the same type of damage that I did with the arrows, just kind of like a mass 40d6, but
Okay.
that is 240 damage. However, you guys watch as all of them just start wailing on him.
It's like an assembly line of hits.
Yeah, you guys notice that a ton of the, like, they just don't seem to be hitting as hard as when Xeris hit. But still,
That's a lot of damage.
that's a lot of damage.
I mean, even at reduced, that's 50 damage.
Thank you.
Like if
Yeah.
it's reduced to a quarter.
Yeah.
You want to drink? No.
Yeah, that one hurt him. Yeah, you guys see him just like kind of crippled down for a moment in pain.
Yeah, he does
Okay. That's the tribe. They're gonna stay right there on him because that's where Xeris is. Wow, that was one round.
Yeah.
That was one round.
That was insane.
that. And that wasn't even like a max round. That was me doing half of my.
No, that was a
possible
max
damage.
for a lot of you guys. There was like a ton of crits there.
Oh yeah, I definitely critted.
Yeah. And
We still got a lot to go.
okay, back up to the top. Silex.
Let's get it settled.
You do have advantage on your attacks.
You feel this like growl and like breath behind you. Just snarling.
How far away from Zinro am I?
10 feet.
Okay.
I tried to.
Alright. So, what I'm going to do
Uh-huh.
is
Yep.
I'm going to walk over to Zinro
Good.
and
Still
Right.
away from the lava rocks.
you still have a job to do, and I will tap him and cast Vortex Warp. And Vortex Warp him 90 feet across the field away from the Pit Fiend.
Where?
So like, we're all on this side, like just the complete opposite side towards you.
Yeah.
Over here?
Yeah. Like towards the Legion,
10,
kind of like maybe give him some cover with my Legionnaires.
45. Yeah, almost like right here.
And then I'll kind of yell out, Legionnaires, cover him. And, and then I will, as a bonus action, activate my Ring of Flight and fly. Don't want to take it. I will. If I want to take the
I
opportunity.
left earlier because I heard a big bang in the kitchen, and he just came around the corner a few seconds later. Like, I gotta get out of here.
I will take my chance at an opportunity and try and get away from the Pit Fiend.
Where?
Like, towards the dragon. Yeah, he would get an attack of opportunity, I think, so I'll take
Yep.
the chance.
He's gonna take it. Oh.
I don't like that sound.
Or that look.
He does 4 attacks.
I only gets one attack, though, on attack of opportunity.
But his attack is multi-attack. Like,
No.
but we'll give him one.
Let's give him what?
It doesn't look good. Do you have that +8 on yours?
No.
25 is the...
I will do shield to give me 26.
Is that kind of your reaction?
Yeah. And then, yeah, I'll fly away. Sorry, Dad.
I like a bird. I love a bird.
My game song.
Are you trading or ice?
Okay. Silex, that's your turn?
That is my turn.
Okay.
He's doing such a good job.
You know what? If you stay quiet the whole time, I'm alright with it.
You just got on what do you do?
Okay. You guys are going to watch Orion.
No.
You're going to see his staff kind of glow for a moment. And then you see this, like, energy kind of, like, crawl all over his, like, body. And you see, like, the armor and some of the gashes and scars and scratches just heal up on his body. then he looks to be rejuvenated some amount.
I mean, at least it was some amount.
Yeah.
On a scale of
I
1 to
hate
1,000, how much
him.
are we talking here? No.
What's that?
On a scale of 1 to 1,000, how much are we talking?
What is snow?
Yeah, that's-
999.
Yeah.
You know
Not
what? We
cool.
still got that one. Hold on 1 second. Does he
Um,
have to re-roll his dexterity since he's in the moonbeam?
If he ends his turn there.
I'm assuming.
I don't know. He's not really that worried about the moonbeam. I don't think he's more worried about the two people who just did 130 damage and 240 damage, and then 110 damage.
Yeah.
He's a little rough.
The 28 moonbeam isn't the biggest concern for him. I don't think.
I don't like the movie.
I'm getting rid of it.
Like, bleeding all over.
You know
and
what?
just
He's gonna whip it out. He's gonna whip it out.
Ew.
What? What? Oh, baby! Come on! Jeez. I mean, he's gonna pull out 2 blades.
So you're gonna put
Whip
this
them
back
out.
I guess, yeah. He's gonna pull out 1 blade. It was just for flair, so
Yeah,
it's
okay.
like multi-attacks. But yeah, he'll pull out 1 blade and hold the staff.
It's a difference.
It was just for style. I like the idea of him going. But no, he's gonna go. He's gonna go.
You just lose it.
Oh, baby.
And
Oh.
he's gonna go after the tribe.
Oh.
He's gonna take like, he's gonna do like Sauron in like Lord of the Rings in the very beginning, where he's just like, and just like swipe through him.
Who's the cycle through?
The tribe.
Oh, the tribe.
Oh. Wait, buddy.
Okay.
You're a shades hype man right now.
Good.
Ooh.
Got him. First is a crit.
Ooh.
No!
Second is another crit.
What?
He crits on 19s and 20s and just rolled a 20 and a 19.
Space is so good for that too.
Come on, keep me going, Soren. Keep it going.
You're not invited.
You got some bad energy.
Okay,
for
that's
us.
not good. That's a 4.
Good.
What's their AC?
Maybe you
Which
got
is,
too cocky.
if we're using like
If we're using mine, 19.
19,
Yeah, because all of mine
4 still hits.
Thank you.
Another 4. So okay, both of those hit. So all 4 hit.
As a reaction to him attacking them, I want to use my Warcaster ability to cast Resilient Spear on him.
I don't know what that means.
So Resilient Spear is something that you gave me for Elias. So basically, I'm going to put a 10-foot bubble around him that stops all objects and attacks from going in and out
Okay, let me see.
Wait, around which one?
around him,
Around Orion.
around Orion. So he can no longer attack out, and we cannot attack in
How long does that last?
a minute. I can take it off.
Why haven't we done?
Because
Oh,
once
we
you
want to
kill
attack
Orion,
yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
And this is a reaction.
With Warcaster, it is. With Warcaster, I can do
Oh.
one spell action, like one targeted spell action as a reaction.
that was my toes.
You're really bringing a whole new vibe to this game, buddy.
It will take me out of range
We stepped
immediately.
on it. That's how we have fallen. Or is he bigger than large size?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, then mind.
I thought you were to do it.
Well, I mean, he is large size.
So it's
Well,
of large size or smaller. So
yeah, he's large. He's like technically a
Twisted.
large size, so he would be able to be fit. What I'm trying to make the decision on is whether or not that would count as. I mean, it definitely counts as a reaction because of Warcaster.
Yep.
I'm just trying to decide whether or not those hits go off before like you react, because you wouldn't know until like reacting after you know that there's 2 crits seems a little.
Like, take
well,
the 2 attacks.
to be fair, I was reacting to the attack in general.
I would say take the 2 attacks and then, like, because it does take time. I mean,
No, I mean it's instant.
It's an instant spell.
No, I mean it's as soon as. I mean, yeah.
It would be the
He's
only thing
bubbled.
that terrifies me is them getting attacked. So
Yeah, he's bubbled up. Yeah, he is for sure bubbled up. Well, you lose your life vest, so
I do lose my life vest for now.
you can't get into the pool.
Denied.
Damn it.
You can't get to
Wait, I would have liked that.
You have a life vest.
Yeah, you're.
I can't. All I see is Orion's butt.
Oh, I have like this in wings.
You and the tribe both have life vests now. I will have to get mine at the beginning of it.
Top.
Okay. Yeah, he is in a bubble.
I
He's
can only do
bubble.
that once per day.
He's bubble boy.
Bubble boy.
Okay,
Long as Alice.
that's gonna be that's his
Or
action
until I
then.
take it off.
Sage.
I'm gonna go to the movie.
Thanks.
Yeah. And then I want to turn to the feet. What is it again? A
Pit fiend.
Pit fiend. And I'm gonna cast Feeble Mind on it. So it needs to make an
Intelligence
intelligence. Yeah.
How smart is a pit fiend?
Got it.
Actually, not bad.
Not really. That's not.
Pit fiends are very big fiends. They're
That's a
giants.
19.
Mine's a 21.
Hey, Guans are great.
I mean, all that does is take him like his intelligence to a 1, right? Or
Feeble mind.
yeah,
Feeble Mind grew. Let me check.
intelligent
Oh, Ray,
charisma.
I'm thinking you're Ray and enfeeblement.
That means they can't cast spells or communicate. They can still
It can protect its.
identify its friends and even protect them. So it can still like attack. It just can't do spells.
You're lucky if people are here. That's why you're getting treats.
Let me.
Nope.
That was the smallest bite I've ever seen.
Yeah, the creature can't cast spells, activate magic items, understand language, or communicate in any intangible way. The creature can, however, identify its friends, follow them, and even protect them.
I made it back.
Yes.
So it can still like attack, it just can't use spells to do so.
You casted that on the
15.
On the pit fiend.
So he's a dumb boy.
dumb boy. Still scary.
No, we don't need this.
I do that.
That's a really good spell against like spellcasters for
I
sure.
was hoping it took away. But I don't think I think you're right.
I mean, for reference, I was gonna use that against you guys, so I had that ready to go.
Oh, it does take some psychic damage also.
Yeah, 46, right?
Yeah.
Can you roll that?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Can I choose? No,
This
look at
is
this
what
one.
we do.
It's like the claw game.
I've never been so good at the claw game. You're doing great.
24.
Oh, I have advantage on saving throws.
Oh yeah, where's this?
Go ahead.
You could choose not to.
Come on, Soren.
He
I
might.
need
He
to
might.
scream here.
He might roll.
I'll be honest, he doesn't have like any like bonuses here
Yeah.
for intelligence, so he rolled pretty good last time. He rolled really bad this time. That's all. Yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, he rolled that.
24.
Dumb. They're insulting over
24
there.
points of psychic damage.
She was gonna
You rolled
make
all
me talk.
sixes?
She's like, she's still dumb.
It's.
4d6.
Oh, I switched. I'm sorry. I did that.
Trying to slip some
No, I
shoe,
wasn't.
girl.
I tried to do 66 because I was looking at a different spell. I'm sorry. Do you want me to re-roll or just like re-roll it?
Yeah, I want you to re-roll. Someone get a camera on her dice
Well, I
as
was
she's
gonna,
rolling
like,
over here.
cut it in half.
She goes 24. I'm like the perfect
The
four
perfect
sixes.
score.
Yeah, laugh it off.
No, I really wasn't.
Oh yeah.
Would you roll d8s?
No. I
She
rolled
was
66.
Oh,
instead of
66.
All right. Who was picking? Hey, picking start. Oh, did you unburrow? I'm assuming.
I peeked my head out.
Okay.
Go
Now
for it.
way back.
Yeah.
Imagine a little
I guess I
eyeball
could- I
finger
guess I
comes
could-
up.
Fiend's going to.
So did you take the moonbeam away?
Yeah, that's
we
gone.
did, yeah. Oh, she specifically did that first.
Is the
Okay.
bubble still
Looking at
there?
Aside from the sun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
So,
just trying to get you away.
Picking's gonna look at
Don't
them.
be there until my
I don't want 13 points of damage.
I don't know how many big heals you have left, but silence is hurt.
That was my biggest one, but it's not mine.
It's gonna look at
I've got
them,
plenty of those.
and it's gonna do one of these guys. It's gonna go
Welcome
shablam,
to the party.
shablammy.
No, we stay here.
Actually,
Sit.
they need to make a wisdom saving throw. Wisdom saving throw. And they
Where you
fail.
going?
All right, so this legion is now frightened of the Pit Fiend.
Counts.
Oh yeah, they didn't need the hero's feast.
And
They're not tribes people.
its turn, creature saving throw.
Learn to rage.
Okay, so they're gonna have to run away, but he's still gonna attack them while they're still here before they can move. He's gonna hit them with his attacks. That's good. That's good. That's bad. That's good. Alright, so 3 hits. 46, 1d6 plus. Okay, so he hits the Legion with 67 points of damage. That's the first time they've been touched, though.
Yeah.
So they're down to 133.
I also take it offended when I attacked Orion. I didn't have lightning bolts coming from the sky.
All right, that's Pit Fiend's turn. It is Pit Fiend's turn.
That was terrifying.
It was silent. It was silent. And I need 40 feet. So silence. I need to get the measure out for that. Hold on. 40 feet.
What?
Was it a sphere or is it a...
No,
What's
it's just within 40 feet.
Of me?
Yeah. No, of Orion.
Sorry.
But that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Nah, he doesn't get it.
Yeah,
he is
that's,
in the air.
you're good on this one. But everyone else
Yeah,
in
the rest
here,
of it's not so much.
including Sage underground, it's the same thing from earlier. I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw. 23 is the save.
Shit.
The tribe and I both survived.
They survive. You still take damage.
Well,
You failed.
survived is what I...
You succeed in taking less damage.
What type of damage are we talking? Necrotic again?
Necrotic.
I'm sorry.
He'll forget.
He'll forget.
Oh,
It's okay. He
the
used
one
to
kind of
say
damage I'm immune to.
all the time.
Okay.
It didn't sound like that.
Carter needs to roll.
Carter, run!
Carter.
Carter, run!
Carter did not do great. Tribe passed. Cree. What'd you roll?
Oh, I need to roll.
Yeah, you're right in front of him.
I didn't know.
He stands you the longest.
He can't take his eyes off you.
Do a lucky. I only got one more left. That was much better. 27.
Yeah, it barely passes.
Maybe I'll do a lucky as well.
Sage?
Oh, hell yeah.
7. Vidra?
I passed.
What'd you roll?
I 29.
29.
I used a lucky for it, but
Yeah, I
You
got
have
lucky.
one left.
I have one left.
We both have one left.
Yeah.
Okay. And then...
Zara's also passed.
Okay, cool. So nobody failed.
I
Except for
failed.
Sage.
Again.
So Sage, you take 57 necrotic damage.
My earth elemental has 2 points.
So that's what, 28?
But that's good that you're in Earth Elemental form. That's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
28.
Fine here.
We'll do 28 necrotic damage for you passers.
Wait. None of that happens. He's still in his orb.
This isn't a spell. This is a legendary action.
But if it's from him, no object goes in and out.
It's not an object. So this is
Legendary action.
this is like a presence of his being. This is just it's necrotic damage, but it's like it's not. There's not a spell. He's not like casting anything. He's just looking at you and you're dying.
But would you consider it energy that he's transferring? Because if it's energy, also doesn't go through the ball.
Well, it's not. It's the look that he's giving you that's causing you pain. Like it's not. He's not like sending anything to attack you. It's just if you can see his eyes within 40 feet, you're taking damage.
I just consider it a layer action.
Yeah, it's pretty much what it is. It's like
Is that?
it's a legendary action of his.
Gotcha.
Um,
I tried.
for these, I mean, everything else he does, for sure, but this one is just, it's a matter of
Because
The
it's
layer action.
looking at his freaking eyes. Like that's, you can see through, unless the sphere is like opaque and you can't see him.
Oh, I
Like,
have no idea. I didn't read it that way.
I'll try to clear.
He just really wants to be a part of the group.
okay.
We're all just an audience for sure.
Forgot whose turn it was. They're distracted.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Goodbye to your
Sage, you just went,
stress.
right? The Pit Fiend went. Did he? Yeah, Pit
Yeah.
Fiend went.
Yeah.
And then he did his
Sage.
legendary action. Carter's turn. Carter's gonna turn. Try to fuck this guy up.
Carter, the rule of one. Okay, you focus down the big guy.
You better we can't get the big guy.
It's gonna hit.
No, get there.
I'm gonna be healed, so.
I'll help you out.
You guys watch Carter slash into this dude. Where's my D12? This dude?
I guess I'll go with Pit Fiend because I might get the reference.
You know what?
Carter does 64 points of damage to the Pit Fiend.
Hell
Before
yeah.
we came here. So there's adequate room before we did
Legion 12 is that one. They take their whole action to run away. They take their whole action to run away
Okay.
because they're scared of Pit Fiend.
Yeah. That was like, it's not a dog.
She's on a phone call.
It's not a dog. It's a cat. She's
Vitra, you're up.
I'm gonna go to the Pit Fiend. Actually, I'm not gonna walk over there. Can you move me to the Pit Fiend? Okay, listen, can you can you move me nicely to the Pit Fiend where I can hit him? Like up. I gotta be within 5 feet. Thanks, buddy. Okay. I'm gonna do my little unarmed strikes.
I don't know when you are.
And I have advantage on attacks. Okay, I'll take that one.
Don't want the other one.
26.
The hit? Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Oh, and the other one's 11. 25.
It heats.
Great. All right, so both of those hit. Okay. Ten. 33 points of damage. I'm gonna attempt to do flurry of blows. Oops. Oh no!
Come on, girl, bust with that quiver and palm.
I guess I could, but I can do flurry of blows and then.
Yeah, quiver and palm
Yeah.
just like stone strike, just apply it.
Okay, well whatever. 15 still works. 29 to hit,
I would want it to be a 20, but just to make it.
and does 21 hit?
Yes.
Great. Okay.
19 is his AC.
Okay, great.
How long have you been working on this playlist or this cookbook?
I just
That's another 34 points of
I
damage.
wish it was planned, but no, this was just, I just typed in, you know,
And
boss
then-
fight music and
Yeah, sure, I'll try it. Give me a con save.
I don't think you heard your damage.
33 and then 34.
so 77, 67
67 total points of damage.
on Pit Fiend.
Pit Fiend. And then give me a con save.
Feel that comment.
Got someone in
I
this
don't
world
have a
just
very high
getting
spell
fifty.
DC at all, which sucks, but
I surprisingly have a higher one than I
Well,
thought.
then you also can try to summon 4 times.
this doesn't
Tell
work.
them when we're children.
Every time you hit,
Right, but if this doesn't work, I can do
Your
that.
sun was out, so that's why, and I
yeah,
looked.
you
and
like,
I didn't
use
know
a
it
key
was
point
a
on the first hit, if it doesn't work, use a key point on the second hit. You can keep using key points each time you
It
hit.
takes
So
3
it's
key
like
points to
shirt
do
hair.
a quiver combo. It takes 3.
Yeah, he's saying for Stunning Strike if I did that instead.
Oh yeah, I would always do Stunning Strike every hit.
Hey, you and children.
Because if you fail, you can always do it again.
Sorry, you said Constitution save?
Yeah.
She's very much been in the corner. Like,
I am here. I'm gonna get my happy place.
Let's do this dice. This one. This one feels pit fiendy, you know?
When
It's
kids
black and
are
red.
They know that I help. So someone else will take
Oh,
it.
yeah.
16.
Minus 2.
That's 29.
Oh, they used to do that to me all the time.
He does have advantage.
Okay, but you succeed, so you still take 10d10 of damage.
Yeah, we didn't care.
Quivering pain.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3,
I think your
4,
child was the first baby that
5, 6, 7. Can someone let me borrow a D10? Thank
That's a
you.
percentile die,
Oh,
but that
okay,
works the
great.
same.
Okay, I got one.
Do I have to really can't?
You come grab it now.
This is
Alright,
nice.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
How's it move?
24,
We trap him outside?
31, 36, 40, 42.
We're great at parenting, guys.
This is all being recorded.
52 points of damage for the quivering
Don't worry about him. He's just out there dissecting
Oh.
roadkill.
Okay. So 52 points of necrotic damage
Yeah.
for the quivering bomb. So 67 plus 52.
Damn.
Go, Mandy.
Woo!
Go, Mandy.
Damn.
Alright, let me take away my 4 key points.
Okay. I gotta make dinner.
Beep. No.
You just want to watch something? Or do you want to
No.
We've got McDonald's at home.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Okay, that's Vitra. Xeris, and then Kree.
First thing I'll do is dispel the resilient spear.
Thank you.
I'll rage as my bonus action, and then as my action, I'll do zealous presence again, as I'm in a new rage.
Everyone who's within, what, like 60 feet?
60 feet.
So
all named
everybody.
NPCs.
Yeah, everybody.
Oh,
Again,
NPC.
gets advantage on their next turn for attacks and spells as well. So, and then I don't get to do anything else. Ooh, I know what I'll do. I'll do some movement. I'll get to his backside.
I'll do some movement.
How much movement do you have? It's a lot.
If I'm not doing anything, I have 50.
Alright, so we'll do... keep out of range of attack of opportunity.
Huh?
You want to stay out of like attack of opportunity range, or do you just want to be on him?
Well, I'll go like around, but if I'm getting into his range, I won't take attack.
20,
Only if I leave it again.
25, 30, 45, 45, 50. Yeah, you can kind of get around him.
Cool. So now, not only do you have advantage, you've got flanking.
Which is advantage.
And you don't do double advantage, so good luck figuring that out.
Alright.
Secondary attacks. Now, Clive can do
Kree?
advantage.
Kree, you're up, and then Rain.
Awesome.
There you go.
Real quick though, can I meta a little bit? Or not, I don't even know what that means. But I used after all these years, I've used Lucky for failed rolls, but I forgot
That you can make someone...
I can re-roll my fails 3 times a day. Can I use those extra rolls instead of using Lucky for my
Her indomitable.
indomitable?
To reroll failed saving throws.
Sorry.
Okay, so technically I told you I re-rolled 2 failed saves
Okay.
as Lucky. Can
Mhm.
I
She wants
go
to-
back and actually use my indomitable for those?
Sure, yeah, if you have enough per day.
Yeah, I have 3 per day.
So that way she still has all
So I
3
still have 3
luckies
luckies
and one of your...
and with now 1 indomitable.
Yeah, because you can use lucky on things other than saving throws.
Exactly, that's why
Yeah.
I would like, but I can only use indomitable on saving
Mhm.
throws. Okay.
It works.
Okay,
Great.
perfect. I'd like, thank you for letting me do that. Yay for reading. It's really long.
It'd be like retroactively.
Doing this,
Really?
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm meddling. Okay, awesome. So I'm gonna
I
attack.
don't know what that means, but...
I
You
would
weren't-
specifically.
You weren't wrong.
I would like to specifically try to damage his spear or his wandy thingy.
Staff.
The staff.
She's attacking this.
Yeah, go for it.
The staff. Get his staff.
I'd like to destroy it.
No,
Yeah.
I know. It's just you went from spear to wand to staff.
It's a wandy thing.
So,
So
that's a
one
question for you,
Correct
Bob.
first letter.
So targeted attacks, of course, she would lose her advantage, but would she also gain advantage from being
No.
flanked at this point?
No. Flanking doesn't, because you did the presence. Like no, flanking really doesn't make a big difference here. Just more strategic, so he's not looking at you.
Well, I mean, tribal also be different.
So targeted attacks are -5.
-5, just to hit the wall.
Usually, yeah.
This is stupid.
Call the call.
But it's ace. Is the wand's AC as big as his? Is that how that works?
No, it's just harder to hit. So it's more like a think of it like a +5 to the AC. Like it's a -5, but it's like a +5 the same way because it's harder to hit just the wand.
So she doesn't get advantage anymore.
But like, what do I need to hit it?
You have to.
Oh, okay.
You have to
I'll let
roll
you know.
ask if it hits.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Might happen. You get a lot of buffs and a lot of attacks.
You could though. He's gonna need an ambulance.
28 hit.
28 does hit.
Yes!
Get
Okay,
him.
awesome. So
Get
let's
him.
go. Is that what I have to hit? Because that's gonna be the max one I can
Yeah.
roll. Okay.
His AC is 23, and then +5 is 28.
Okay, so I hit the one. So I'm gonna do that one. And so that. Yes. So that's a 6 plus 8. So 12, 13, 14. So 14 points of damage. Has it been destroyed yet?
No.
Okay, then I'm gonna also pulse that with that hit because it's a pulse blade. Oh wait, so it was 16. 6, 8, 16, 17, 18. So it was 18 because I'm raging. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So 36 towards the one.
You guys watch as Kree just slices with these dragon scale blades into this wand, and on the final hit where she hits just right on top, it's like a light bulb that just gets smashed, and you guys just see this purple gem just disintegrate off the top of the staff and just shatter into pieces.
So there's that. Then I'm gonna action charge.
And there's
Action surge. And now I'm actually gonna hit him.
Okay.
I don't get my bonus on that one. It's only 3. Oh. Oh.
It's a 23.
Oh, okay. I hit. I only hit 1. But yeah, so that's a 25, 26, 27. So I got a 27 on that one. So then I just roll 1.
Oh.
You know what? I can re-roll an attack per turn, so we're gonna re-roll that one. That's a 4. We'll take it. Better. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 points of damage. There's a reason I hit multiple times.
How much damage total?
That was 14. I'm not doing a pulse on that one.
Okay.
That's a big attack. You know, like I said, there's a reason we hit a lot. That's it. That's all I got.
Don't even worry.
Don't worry about it.
Kicked ass on the last one. We're all gonna have good and bad.
I destroyed the wand.
You sure did.
Yes, you did.
That's what I'm
That
here for.
the wandy thing.
The sphere wandy staff?
What is that? I've done my job. I did 14 points a day.
You did. You killed the spear, the
I-
Wandy stuff.
Yeah.
That was Kree. Rain, you're up.
Let's go right.
Okay, I'm gonna fly up.
Okay. I don't have another lifter, so
That's fine. Just,
you're flying.
I'm flying.
Good job.
And then I'm going to cast my cold breath on Orion.
Okay. Is that a line or a cone?
It's a cone. 30-foot cone.
Okay. So
If I have to move, I can move a little bit.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be tough. So there's really not an angle you can get to unless you're like right on him to not hit people with a cone. Because a cone is like this is a 15-foot cone. See here, a 30-foot cone is gonna be even lighter. So
You can hit me. It's not gonna hurt.
yeah, I mean, you can hit. They're all.
Yeah, it's not gonna hurt.
Then I will just fly to where I just hit. This is you, right?
Yeah.
Where I just
Like
hit
over
that.
here. It's where like you're hitting them. Okay.
Them.
All right, go ahead.
DC 15. Will I pass?
Yes, he passed.
Okay. It's still a roll. I used to take half. So I gotta roll.
What's
still.
the DC?
15.
What kind of?
It's cold damage, right?
It's cold damage.
Well, like what kind of DC? Dexterity?
I'm assuming, yeah.
It was con.
Oh, it's con.
Oh.
It's con.
Oh,
Cold
no.
is usually
He
con.
said, I got that one in the bag.
Yeah, he's so does so much.
Does he still pass?
Huh?
Does he still pass?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It would dexterity. He passed barely.
Con.
Con.
Alright.
I think he passes just with his modifier.
No, not fine. I need 2 more. You have 2 d10s.
Yeah. Somewhere.
Do you have
I mean,
2d10s? Have you seen his bucket?
D10s or 8s?
Hold on. 8.
So those are 8s. You need more 8s?
4 8s, yeah.
Some
I can
people
still
aren't
get 10.
surprised.
I can still get 10 to 10.
You'll just have to increase your, your
So that is a 10.
I don't know how to do that.
What do you want?
basically give you something that gives you above 20 on
Yeah.
your wisdom or whatever.
How many do you need?
Wisdom is usually your basis for savior, so if you had a 17, you'd be about
Hey, where's my
5.
floating?
Your
I
monk,
don't
your
know.
wisdom should be when you're highest.
I only have the one.
Max at
Someone
15.
Yeah.
broke
and
my
max
other one.
at +5.
It's like in 2 pieces.
Yeah, Dex, then wisdom.
Can't fix it. I tried. It just won't stay.
Where?
My other riser, it like broke and I just need to buy something.
How are Malfea's boots?
Shattered.
You want to use my
let's not do
power
that because then you can't see Orion through the camera.
My power jar.
It's my garlic.
There's 2 little cups on the top of that. What is the other thing?
The espresso cups they look like.
It's my espresso thingies.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, what are we doing?
I'm rolling damage.
Who's up next?
Legion 4 and then Zenro.
Okay, we're back at the top.
Okay,
I
yeah.
take
21,
my sovereign
23,
I do Orion's
34, 38, and then 16.
Legion 4 is gonna
be
miss
50,
their barrage, so
38 plus 16,
Zenro will be next.
54.
I'm just gonna head and roll for them.
54.
Okay.
Try.
That'll be 27.
27.
Okay.
How did all of my dice
My
work?
turn is only 2 minutes.
Which one did I get?
Okay. You guys then after that cold breath, you guys look over and you see the tribe, or not the tribe, sorry, the Legion 4 over here shoot their arrows, and again they just don't have a good eyesight. They miss. And then Zenro.
What you doing, Zenro?
I do a 7th level mass cure wounds. Centered. It's a 30-foot radius sphere, so it's 60 feet, but it basically centered kind of like above everybody. So everybody here except for myself will heal for, I don't have to roll because I'm that good. 3, 4, what was it? 3, 4, 5, 40 points of healing.
Oh,
And I get 10 of that back to myself because I heal
So
you.
tempting. So tempting to tell me.
No!
It's up to you, big man.
You saw that
Yeah.
meme, right? Like the evil DM fucking counter spells healing.
But if hopefully that goes through.
They do.
And then
Thank you.
if you're cool with a cantrip as a bonus action.
Depends on the cantrip.
Well, okay, actually, yeah, you're right. It would have to have a bonus action ability, right, for casting it. No, never mind. It takes an action to cast Total Dead, so. I will bonus action click my boots in case I have to run.
All right, so he Dorothy kicks.
And now in my turn there, I'll stay amongst the Legion.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Tribe's
you
turn.
can-
They hit on their attack. They don't crit this time, but they definitely hit. And they all just go.
I also give the healing to Silas' father.
Okay. How much was that then?
Well, hold on. Let's see. 1, 2. Who's in beast shape? So,
I'm in
never
beast
mind.
shape.
Me too.
So I guess yeah, just them. I'll give it to your beast shape because you're the lowest one of all. And then Silas's dad, and then I'm not myself, so it's them 6. That was 40 points of healing for that.
Cool. Okay. Tribe. Yeah. So Tribe hits. They do.
You roll them at advantage.
What?
You roll them at advantage.
I did. Yeah. The first one was a 4. The second was an 18.
Yikes.
Yeah. 40d6. Come on, do damage, baby.
Yes. Get my cold red back.
just did 130 damage.
Is the drive hitting Orion?
Yes.
130 damage.
130. There is so many sixes here.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was 240 last time, but it was doubled. Remember? Yeah. Because they crit, so they got the max amount plus the roll. Jeez. Okay, so
Collective.
It's all in one big. It was all the shoveling of coal. They've gotten really good at doing things at the same time.
wow. Okay,
On heave, boys.
Silex.
Okay, so I would fly up even higher. So I fly to 60.
We'll just.
That's fine, God. You can just put me off to the side. That's
Glad
fine.
you did that after.
Yeah, thank
Struck
you.
by lightning.
So I want to be up about another 60 feet, and then because he's still within my range, and your sphere is gone, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna load one of the dragon scale bullets and just and do another one. So
Roll to hit.
I rolled a 28 and a 29.
Both hit.
3d10.
Get him.
You know, they're all tieflings,
Okay.
which means that when they get attacked, as a reaction, they all get hellish rebuke. So if you want to, you know.
If we were getting that specific, all of the legions are fighters, and they would have action surges and shit. We're not getting too specific. Like I said, there's 200 of them. We're not doing that.
And Ryan gets pelted by arrows and getting stabbed twice by the Legion and Hellish Rebuke. He's just like, ow.
15.
It's just a flame pillar.
I'm starting to think you guys are really upset.
14. 51. And then I get sneak attack. Plus 10. Oh, we get the attack once. 10. 61 points of damage. And I have 9 bullets left.
How do you want to do it?
What? Oh my god, are you serious?
For who, Orion?
Yeah. What?
Okay.
Dude's taking like a lot of damage.
Thank God for those legions too. I feel like we've also done really well.
Finally.
So as Silex floats up even higher,
We lost one legion.
I'm gonna kind of the gem of true seeing will be active, and
Who
I'll
else lived?
take a calm breath, and just I'm gonna just aim like right at his heart, and just one quick motion, load another dragon scale bullet, and like in line. I want them to collide and kind of like explode in his chest.
Yeah, you guys watch Silex put one of the dragon scale bullets into his gun, and from way up high you hear that booming sound that started this fight to begin with. And you just watch Orion look down at his chest, look up at you, and you all watch Orion slowly, almost like a disease spreading rapidly through his body. You see this ichor spread across his dark red skin. And you just watch as the wings that are supporting him just kind of crumble one at a time, and he falls down into a pile of armor.
Is there any gems left in his wake, like phylacteries? We're worried about that.
Well, I'll be talking about don't worry.
What happens to the pit fiend?
Pit Fiend's gone as soon as
Good.
sorry.
No, that's good. I
He was
just wanted
summoned
to
by
make sure.
him.
Well, I'm gonna come out of wild shape.
Same.
I'm gonna burn his body. That'll be fun. Create bonfire.
Yeah, you guys look. You look through the body, and you find a black dagger. You find the essentially you find the touch. You find the blood, which was that ichor, and then you just see this little ball of blue flame that's just hovering over his body, or what's left of his body that was the soul of Orion.
Can I see the touch from where I am? Or do I have to closer?
Well, I don't know. I'm sure you. But
Okay.
you guys are out of initiative, so
Okay.
as you get closer.
Xeris, can you break that dagger with your axe, please?
Yeah, I'm assuming I'm still just swinging at the ground, so yeah. I can make an aimed attack.
Yeah.
How big is this ball of fire?
Small orb, like palm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't swallow that.
Swallow?
That? What?
Be a good way to keep it in.
Is this how one of our players are gonna die? Oh my
Or
goodness.
like.
Well, I can't swallow it. No, because
No,
I can't
we're
swallow
not
it.
swallowing anything.
Hey,
No.
I've watched a lot of anime, and that
Technically, he is the resistant to fire one, so there is anyone
So
to
does the
swallow.
dagger or the touch get?
We shouldn't even be considering swallowing this flame.
Have you?
He swung out of his axe.
Right, but what'd you hit?
Yeah. Roll to attack.
Okay, roll. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, just roll damage. You don't need to attack.
Oh, okay.
It's not moving.
You want me to double, like, crit damage, or we just...
Just roll regular damage.
Alright, I'll double attack to see if we go fail. 16, 24, 36, 3 ones, that sucks. 39, 5, plus 38 damage, so...
You're attacking the touch, the dagger.
The dagger, yeah, twice.
Shatters. Black smoke kind of fumigates into the air and whisks away as it shatters on the ground.
I'll take the ball of blue fire, I don't know what to do with it, but...
That's his soul, Xeris.
Goes
Is there
goes
maybe,
between your
maybe some
fingers.
water we could put on it?
Through it with the
Maybe from like a goddess of water that we know
Well, it
of?
floats.
Oh, I can do that. I'll
Can we
put,
try?
I'll put a watery sphere around it.
Anything happen?
How are you doing that?
Cast watery sphere and go.
Watery sphere.
Is that a spell?
It is a spell. It is a spell.
I thought she was fucking with me. I cast watery sphere.
Yeah, it's a 5-foot sphere.
What does it do?
Well, if it's a creature, then it's supposed to like grapple it or whatever. But I can just create a sphere and move it where I want it to go,
Okay, where do you want it to go?
around the soul.
No. After that, where do you want it
Oh,
to go?
I'm just gonna hold it there until we decide what we're doing with it.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
does it do anything?
Can't see. It's all in water. It doesn't look like it's there, but you can't tell.
Water is clear.
Can you
We can't
hold
see
it
a
up?
blue flame.
Hold it up.
Hold it up.
Yeah.
A blue flame in blue water?
It's clear water.
How do
Water's
you know that?
clear.
She didn't say it was clear
I'll
water.
make it clear.
Water is clear. What do you mean?
Not all.
I mean,
I will load one more of the bullets.
how often have you seen fire underwater, Mandy?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. I mean,
I'm just trying here.
I will load one of the
I want
bullets
it to
into my
be
pistol,
put out.
and I'll place it right to the soul, and I'll fire another shot at the dragon scale bullets.
he goes through the water and just make a splash, but you don't feel any like.
None of the black
Purchase.
smoke comes
What
out.
level of spell is that?
It's like 3 or something. It's not that.
I mean, the dragon glass is our way of destroying these things. And
Maybe.
Why don't you just call on Daddy's son to destroy these for us? I mean, that's his thing.
Destroy the. We need the
I
blood.
mean, are we still dark up
The
here? Is
soul.
it still erupting?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
volcano is still erupting. Well, yeah, it's still erupting
That's probably a
Is
bad
this
thing.
cloud still there?
Yeah, this is
at
it.
the moment. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to know Pompeii or anything, but I'll be fine. My tribe will be a little okay, but y'all on the other hand.
can you cast moonbeam through your wand with the blood and see
Sure.
if anything happens?
Yeah.
What invocation do you have? Do you have any invocation
I
spells?
was
We
gonna
have
do like
so
frostbite.
Moonbeam's one. We can do Ice Storm.
Ice
we can do
Storm.
Sunbeam.
Try sunbeam on
Frostbite.
it.
That's Sunday.
So
Frostbite is
I'll
one.
use my wand and I'll see a bright light come out of my palm and then throw my wand into the ichor.
Okay. How much damage?
A lot.
You gotta roll.
What did
You
you-
gotta roll saving throws for the blood, okay?
Fail.
6d8. 1,
You're doing something.
3,
This is evocation, right?
4. It is. So I'm rolling the first half.
That's a lot of
16,
eggs.
17, 18, 29,
That's right.
33,
It's like well over 60.
45. No, it's not. 51. 51.
Well over.
Well over.
You watch the blood like boil in this sunbeam and just like turn into
Black smoke.
like a smoke and fade away.
Can one of you do it again?
Yeah.
On the soul, anyways?
There's also a black dagger. I don't know what the black dagger is.
I'll let you
Or he
take
destroyed it.
Okay.
He destroyed the touch.
That's the black dagger.
That was the black dagger?
That's what Wyam had.
Well, yeah, I know that. But I guess the way that you had said it, I thought it was two different things.
Oh, like there was the black dagger and then
There's
the
like 4
touch.
things,
I'm good with
right?
that.
You guys, you've already destroyed the eye.
We just destroyed.
We got the touch,
There's the
we got
eye,
the
the
blood.
soul, the touch,
So it's just a soul.
Just the soul.
Yeah. So
because the body of Orion was cratered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah, so it's just the soul that's left.
Sort of.
So I'm gonna cast Sunbeam through my wand.
Sort of.
With my wand.
I mean, technically he's just in
Cast it
the
out
plane. He's not dead.
Soul.
Okay. Damage. You're doing Sunbeam as well, right?
Doing Sunbeam.
To be honest, you probably don't even have to roll damage. It's gonna work.
Okay.
Evocation spells against any of these items are double damage, and anything over 40 damage destroys it. So likely not gonna roll less than 20 on that.
Okay. Do you want me to roll then?
You cast it through the water as your sister's holding this up, and it just like evaporates the water and everything, and just like it's like the guy from X-Men when he takes off his sunglasses,
Oh, yeah.
just like
Oh.
and just destroys it. And if there was smoke, I mean, it was gone before you could even tell. Absolutely obliterated.
Can I look in the book? Do the coordinates say anything, or
They're gone. Coordinates fade away.
Close the book. Start checking on the dead, I guess.
How
Yeah.
close are we to the volcano?
The volcano's back in the Vesuvian Mountains, so close to where your house is.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It's okay.
Did the Emperor survive all that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sick.
Right.
I don't even know where he's at.
He didn't have a mini. He wasn't like a big
just-
fighter.
yeah,
He was just
part
there
of
to
the
show
reason.
that he was a part of the fight, but he was there.
Is
He
it still
survived.
cloudy now that we destroyed it all?
So the cloud was created from the volcano erupting.
Oh,
so all
okay.
of that
Yes,
ash.
okay, got it.
So
It'll take a while for that
Sorry.
ash to go.
yeah, so the
Yeah,
volcano is no longer like being activated
Active.
by Orion, but it still takes a while for it to go away. So
Okay.
like you guys aren't geologists, you're not going to know that, but
Now I get
you
it.
guys as the players know that it'll take a little bit for that clouds to clear up. But
How long will it take to fly there?
fly there?
The volcano.
In what form?
Dragon.
Dragon?
Adult
I
dragon.
don't know. 4 hours, 5 hours.
Okay. I want to cast polymorph into a white dragon, adult dragon, and
Okay.
fly to the volcano and do a cold breath on the volcano to help stop like the lava.
Okay. It's gonna take you a while to get there.
Yeah.
After the battle, Ray just takes off.
Yeah. Wait.
Where are you going?
Did she just find a displacer piece?
The forest needs it.
In a Balrog comes out of the volcano with his
Oh,
whip.
fuck. I did get to the mini.
Yeah, so you guys all watch Rain just up and leave.
Okay.
Where are you going?
Isn't it not active anymore?
She's gone.
And with that, I'll like turn to the tribe with the
Yeah,
axe,
you
like-
guys, I mean, in the wake of this battle, I mean, as Xeris turns to his tribe and like throws his fist up and everyone starts cheering and the legions all cheer and it's triumphant. I mean, it is a sight to see.
That's when I take my leave.
I
You just
will-
see me kind of like
I assumed you took off, and I was like, I guess that's it.
I'm jumping to say
I will go check on my father and the Emperor. How are they looking?
Great. Your father got healed by
Oh.
Zenor at the end. The Emperor didn't take any damage. He was a part of this legion over here and didn't ever get hurt.
I was gonna say we only lost one legion the whole time.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Thank God they were
So
there.
we still lost like 1,000 people.
Oh,
No. Hey.
That
1,000 people, one child with a moonbeam. The numbers
Single
Um,
doesn't even give it
Is what's left is his
Everything
armor,
gathered.
right? Like,
Sort of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
if there's anything left of like a helmet, I will take it
I figured.
and like I will give it to my father. Be like, their lives were worth it in the end. And I'll give him the helmet. And then I'll start checking on everybody else.
Yeah.
And be like, what
So-
the fuck were you going, Rain?
Yeah.
So Rain goes to the volcano.
Yeah. The volcano's active.
Everyone else
The
just
volcano's not active anymore anyway.
Just to kind of fast forward, the dead are counted and accounted for, and everyone's kind of celebrating. But the fallout is ultimately in victory. Orion, Amalthea, Crater, Nazgul,
Bradbury.
all defeated.
And Bradbury.
Yeah, I mean, you guys fucking cut his head off.
I'm just saying. He didn't say his name.
Cut his head off, light beams out of the eyes. I'm gonna be pretty good with that.
Hey, he's purposeful with what he says.
I'll
So.
check on Zidro. You doing okay?
I'm doing alright. Considering
You're still here.
I am still here.
And he starts to fade away in the mist.
I'm just
You guys,
I'm seeing Xeris over there with a head like, you gonna do anything bad?
Eyes burned out. Like it's all good.
you guys, standing in the midst of this victory, all kind of embrace each other and silence. In a moment of triumphant victory, as you're speaking to your father, the Emperor, Zinro, Xeris, Sage, Rain, Vitra, Kree, there's this weird feeling with all of these dead soldiers. There's a really weird feeling that you've never felt before. And for some reason, you feel compelled to go to one of the dead soldiers, and as you do, you can see his, like, his essence, his aura, and you reach your hand out, and the body's there lifeless, and just this illusory hand floats up, touches yours, and as you do, your mental is transitioned into that eerie hallway, and you're holding the hand of a centurion soldier from the 20th Legion that was destroyed, and you walk him into Mercule's goblet and let go, and you see his soul just kind of like swirl into the flame.
Be at peace.
Then Mercule says, good. I've upheld my end of the bargain.
Yes. Yes, you have.
Now it's your turn.
And so I'll summon the armor. So what my intention was by the inscriptions for me to basically become a Warforged are already made. I don't have the power to do it myself. And so I'll put my hands out and like all the armor will summon, and I'll just wait.
He kind of walks around, and as every step he takes on this concrete, it's like you hear every little bone in his foot just
It's creepy.
as he walks around, and you realize in this form, in this place, he has no flesh. He is a walking skeleton. For the first time, he takes down his hood, and you look at a skull.
Is it just like a floating skull?
No, it's in a hood.
Okay.
I mean, he's attached to a body.
Okay.
His skull has no eyes behind it, no muscle, no anything, no flesh at all. And he reaches his bony hand out, and he puts his hands in yours, and you just feel this surge of necrotic power. And it's granted.
Okay. So, and how I imagine it is that it fills the gaps on my armor, and I am now Warforged. My body burns away. bones burn away, and
Yep.
forever a suit of armor.
Eternity. I need more like you that don't wither away and die.
I can make them.
Good. Good.
That's what he's doing.
What are we seeing when
And,
this is happening?
So you guys, Silex is on the ground, and you guys look at him, and you just see his armor start to change in front of you. He's just like laying down on the ground. You see the armor start to extend over his fingers and up his arms, across his chest, and over his head. And then you just see the armor, the eyes kind of light up, and you just see him look around at the rest of you in the full suit of armor.
Silex.
Yes. And like, if you look at him now, there's just 2 green dots. Like, there's no skin there.
What did you do?
I made a bargain to make sure we survive this. And the one god who's truly helped us, I feel like. And I look towards Zinro. And we all paid a price for this fight. And this was mine.
What is the secret of your life?
It is, well, we will be friends for quite a while, I imagine. But life is a finicky term for someone who doesn't have flesh. And I'll pull back the armor, and there's literally just nothing there anymore. And you just,
Well, I had my own meeting with my own god a few nights ago, and he granted a similar long life, so I'm glad to have a friend for these long years.
So,
I'll try and stay away from my phone. Like, I'll stick to Zinro's side this whole time. I'm just gonna like,
so the night goes on. There's feasts, there's festivals, there's celebrations. In the coming weeks and months, the Misfits start to kind of go their own way after defeating Orion. Everyone coming together as friends, staying together as family, and fighting as soldiers. Now, go on to the next phase of their life, whatever that may be. Now, I met with each of you kind of one-on-one a few months ago, and in preparation for the last session, I kind of asked everybody to start thinking about what it is that they wanted for their character, and kind of the synopsis for afterwards. What do they do after the fact? So what we'll do is I'll go around the room, and I want everyone to tell everyone else what happens with their characters. Tell us what adventures happen in the years to come. And you never know. Anything you tell me here today may have influence on a game set in the future. So, to kick things off, we got to go to our boy Zinro.
Yeah.
Because, and this is very important, one thing you didn't know, Silex didn't know, was when you made that pact, there was another agreement set in stone. And as you come back as your Warforged body, Aubrey also comes back. Her term served early.
question. Does she just wake up in a block of ice?
No, she'll essentially come reincarnated,
Okay.
but she'll be her, just in a different body.
Okay.
But over time, obviously she knows everything, so she'll seek you guys out. She'll find Zinro.
Okay. Well, that would suck. Wake
Find
up from your dead
Her
body.
frozen dead body. I would imagine it's gone.
Yeah, that's gone.
Like I get back to the house, I'm like,
Oh, that's right. You did save the body.
I did save the body.
That's what I was saying. She was in ice.
I encased her.
She
in-
does come back then.
I encased her in ice, and then a
She
thin
does come
glass.
back into the body.
So that way, when she woke up, she could like at least if she freaked out, she could still break the ice.
Yeah,
It's
I
just-
forgot. Yeah, I forgot her body was destroyed. Yeah, no, she does come back.
No, yeah. Okay.
She comes back in her own body. That's right. I had totally forgot about that.
So I wish she had a place to be, like for her body is.
So we like come home and there's just
She's there.
Omri chilling.
Essentially, yeah.
Well, the first thing she sees is the brightness of the light that I left in the room.
Oh yeah, it's bright as fuck.
And like it's kind
Not great after a coma to get blinded, but
Well, because like I imagine the ice is thin, but she opens her eyes, and she can still see through it, and so
Yeah.
it kind of gives her a semblance of like, oh, there's something alive kind of thing. But okay.
Okay.
Over the course of the years, I am available to all of you. No matter what things you require of me, I stay with my daughter to see her grow. But anytime you need a friend or a helping hand with whatever venture, I'm always there. I talk with you of philosophy, everything that life has in store. You take with you whatever you want from that. I get a little jealous of Silex. An ageless body sounds nice.
I mean, we can always build you one. We have plenty of time to spend together. So
Well, no, that wasn't my deal. I spend time with Ombre as long as I can. But as I feel my body is slowly fading due to time, until eventually that I must go, not knowing how long that is. But I feel like the magic over time would fade, is not being needed as much.
which magic?
That keeps my body like still good, like I'm decomposing,
Yeah.
I do my best to give her words of wisdom, and at some point in time, all of you guys might have heard a final goodbye from me. And how long that would have been.
Yeah.
And as I imagine my eyes closing, I see a hallway to a familiar temple. But this time when the door closes, I hear it lock behind me. Knowing this is the last time I will go through it, at least I think. And the names on the doors are all those people that I loved. I've seen throughout all my life. Here's Rain, Sage, Zebus, Arathian, Petra, Kree, Silence, Cora. I think to myself, soul is truly blessed to me. Mercule has given me such chance. I spend my time with Sakina as I imagine my body fading within this realm into nothing, and it's an old version of myself, healthy and once again physical. I spend my time with her, and it's bittersweet because I then, after a few moments, go to Mercule and sigh and go, I guess it's my time for my end of the deal. What do you require of me?
Time is all I've ever required. And your time is not done yet. And when Mercule says that, Cranor wakes up in a new body of a freshly dead person. Confused, memories really hazy. All he knows is that he loves Mercule. And he has this drive to preach his gospel. But he got to live out a great life as Enron. Sage.
The Red Waste is a very long ways away from the water. So as almost starts to pull back and give more and more responsibility to Sage, Sage feels this pull to keep the balance, whatever that means. She protects villages where maybe there are overthrowing communities trying to take over, or poachers, or people that look to take away the balance of power around the ocean. So that's how she spends her years. She comes back to Reckon a lot. She visits a lot. She does a lot of traveling. She doesn't stay in one place very long. But before she begins those missions, she feels she owes Ombre a pretty solid explanation for what happened. So she, at some point, would probably ask to walk with her like she did that first time she asked to speak to her alone and kind of explain what happened and explain what happened for her and what was happening for her in those moments that she made the decisions that she did and reached out. There's no expectation, there's no demand, it's just, I need you to know how I feel. A little bit of that is based on how Ombre responds. But the other person that she checks in on regularly with is Centria, who has been on charter boats. So occasionally Centria will be out traveling and she'll...
Centria's more and more dwarf every time you see her. Her beard is coming in nicely. Her accent is ever more Scottish. She's living life to her absolute fullest as dwarf Centria. You can tell every time you check in with her that her every time you do talk with her, it just warms her heart. Like there's nothing but love and happiness from her towards you, even with the circumstances of her body and all of that. As far as the Ombre encounter, we'll call it that. As you walk with her and kind of explain everything, Ombre's reaction is about as confrontational as you can imagine. She's mad, she's understanding, and then she's over it. She says, well, if you felt this way the whole time, why didn't you just ask me to marry you?
I think before all of this happened, there were things for me that were scarier than fighting demons and dragons and ancient gods.
So you're a coward?
With you, yes. Yeah, I was, until there was something scarier than telling you, and that was holding your dead body. That became the scarier thing.
I faced off alone against the gods, so I think I have enough courage for the both of us.
I would say so.
So you can be a coward if you'd like. As long as you're a coward with me.
I like that.
And she's gonna get down on one knee and propose in the sand.
Now I remember a videotape proposal to a squirrel.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
He's done that in real life once already.
Yeah, that was here actually. This house is.
It was this house, yeah. Proposals in this house.
But she does propose, say that she knows her life is not as long as yours, but she wants to spend the rest of it with you. And Zinro, you'll be alive to be able to give your daughter away. In a good way this time.
Yeah. Yes. To one of your friends.
Okay. And over the years, over the thousands of years, Sage, as all of you know, spent a lot of her time in the water. Those of you blessed with long life, or eternal life even, for the few of you, come to know Sage as not just your friend, not just a companion that you discovered the world with and fought evil against and killed a kid, but Sage is now the ruler of the seas. She is essentially Omo incarnate, and over time ascended to a demigod status.
I feel like Sonics the whole time. Would just be like, I remember when you killed a kid. Let's go have coffee.
Yeah.
Right?
I see little
You ain't that important to me.
like that, where it's like everybody else is like bowing, and you're just like, oh, kid killer.
Want to get some food? Okay, cool.
There's,
just like brings a little small child around.
there is a encounter that happens once every 10 years where religious folk and spiritual believers come to witness for 10 days. There's a meeting between sea and land, and it's rumored that it's two gods embracing for 10 whole days. And turns out that rumor is true. And over the next thousands of years, Rain and Sage meet at a certain point every 10 years and embrace for 10 days. And the people of Morrowgast come out to see it by the thousands. Rain, tell us what happens.
You're enough, guys. For real. Okay, so after we fight Orion, we celebrate, I go...
I'm just going to preemptively say speak up.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay, so after we fight, celebrate, we move on. I go back home to the forest, visit my parents for a little bit, and I get a place in Tri-Town. It's a little cottage right on the outskirts of the city, really close to the forest. I don't stay there very often. I listen to my God, whatever she needs me to do, whether it be for the forest or for the people. I'm there. I'm like a missionary
For sure.
Missionary.
Unless you're gonna go kill stuff.
Yeah,
You want to be a
mercenary kill
mercenary.
motherfucker.
Okay, whatever.
Missionary.
You're a mercenary of peace.
I'm like a missionary, so yeah. So I travel throughout all of Morrowgast, listening to what Yvonne wants me to do, ultimately taking on her task that she bestows upon me, brother. So helping creatures in the forest, helping with trees, helping people in need if they need like food or healing or anything like that. And that's essentially what I do with the rest of my life.
So Rain spends the rest of her days as a disciple of her God, and not only doing the bidding of Yavanna, but going out of her way to keep the flora and fauna of the world in balance and in peace. You consider her the Greta Thunberg of Morrowgast, always sticking up for the environment and having the grow up, right? And always having nature at the front of her mind. And over time, because also timeless body, over hundreds and thousands of years, Rain ascends to also a demigod status of Yavanna. Pretty much her number one, right below Yavanna. And not only power, but also in worship. you have followers that worship you specifically, not just Yavanna, but Rain. And, as I mentioned, once every 10 years, meets with Sage, where, appropriately, the blue and green meet, and there's this orb of light that happens for 10 days, where essentially it's just a couple of girls in a treehouse talking.
The old days.
Yep. Vitra.
So after the celebrations and everything like that, I go to, I guess the Ulteria, where my mom is. And because I really just like left her on a kind of like a cliffhanger, like, oh, well, I'll explain everything later.
3 months later.
Yeah. So I go and I start to like explain to her everything that's happened.
You don't need to. Because when you get to Ulteria, Rumash is there with her. And has explained everything.
Oh shit.
After you
Okay.
defeated Orion, Sol lifted the banishment as a way to thank you for his bidding.
Wow. Okay.
Just walked up on their parents.
They're not doing anything.
Except lots of sex.
It's been a long time for them.
And monsters like flying in the air.
Wow. Okay.
All
So
visuals.
It's got a genie bottom. You don't even know how it works, honestly.
I don't think I want to know either.
Smoking them like a big it's all good.
Okay.
Cooking a steak and fucking her the other end.
Whole new definition of smoking pipe, you know?
Okay. I don't know how my feature got all sexualized, but anyway.
I think Adam actually.
Yeah, Adam's But okay, so if I go in there and I see, like that Rumash and her have been reunited, she kind of knows everything. I think that I would then like steer my purpose in going there is like explaining, like I guess just explaining my view of everything up until that point, like why I ran away, why I didn't have contact with her, what my perception of everything was, because I truly felt like she was a terrible mother and like she was just delusional about this whole Rumash guy and everything. And so I would start kind of rebuilding that relationship with my mom. And then I would go, probably after that, back to the Vesuvian Mountains, to Kidal, that's where I met Ryan.
I will say,
What?
Kidal is no more. That's where the volcano was.
Sick. My dream. So.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's okay. It's, I would have gone there and found out. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I go to Kidal, find out that it's no more, and I guess I just take. Like, what does it look like? Is it just like? Is it just like barren and like?
No, you can tell that all of the people escaped, but the rest of the city is very Pompeii-like. I mean, it's just been covered in magma, like hardened magmatic, like volcanic rock. So there's no people. That looks like.
But I don't really know if the people survived or left or whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, you get the idea that. Well, I'd say over time you find that, like you find them. Yeah, everyone.
Okay.
Everyone who was
two
there survived.
specific people, like the person who taught me how to be a monk, Mahava,
Mm-hmm.
and then my best friend Naomi. Obviously, Wyan, we know what happened
Both
to Wyan.
alive. Yeah, both alive.
Okay, great. So I'd reconnect with them, explain why I left for so long, because the last time I had talked to either of them, I was just leaving to go meet my mother for my yearly,
Check-in.
visit. And then all of this happened in the several years that we were together. And so after I check in with Mahava and Naomi, I would go to Jaru, and basically because I still feel very insecure and unsure about my connection to Soul, and then especially after I see that Soul has now like taken away that, like, has lifted that path for Rumash to be with Mara.
Yeah.
I would want to you know, try and learn as much as I can about Soul and try and connect with him in the best way I know how. And I tried doing that when I first ran away. But I think that after like my experience with you guys and after my experience with Zinro and hearing how he connected with Soul and Jaru for so many years, that would be my goal.
And your literal connection with Soul.
Yeah, and then my
One of the
literal
only people in the
connection
world
with
that's
Soul.
actually talked to souls.
Right. And so I think I would go there with the hope of like eventually becoming a Bright Monk.
Yeah, and over years you absolutely achieve Bright Monk status, and because of your experience as a monk, you climb the ranks and you're right up there with Jermaine. You and Jermaine become really close. He's becomes sort of like a father figure as well to you. He does disclose that it was never him. That I know y'all never got to truly investigate that, but it was not him. It was someone else pretending to be him, which we can talk about in the post session. But he was just really freaked out when Wrath was speaking to him.
I'll explain that part to him too.
But he becomes a really
wanted to find out.
he becomes like a really good ally of yours in Jaru, and you're, I mean, immensely celebrated there. You're like a celebrity in Jaru because not only of Rumash, who because of you is able to come back and they all love Rumash, but also your stories of being able to talk to Soul. As you know, only the very first Bright Monk was able to do that when the pyramids were first discovered. So, yeah, as far as religious people go, you're practically the Pope of the Church of Soul. You're the only one who's been able to talk to Soul.
Yeah.
So, and then naturally your relationship with your mom and Rumash have blossomed into an actual family dynamic. They're happier than ever. I assume they moved back to Jaru to be closer to you, where everyone loves them as well.
Seems like Rumash would want to live in a place where he's celebrated as well. So.
Oh yeah,
so he's loving it. He's loving it.
And he still has. He's extremely powerful here on the material plane. So, and he's able to go back and forth because he still has the domain of the astral plane. So. He'll take you guys out there sometime if you just
it's our vacation.
Yeah, want to have fun. Yeah, you can kind of do whatever you want in the astral plane.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say you're able to start your own monastery in Jaru and kind of rebuild what was lost in Kidal as well, if you choose to.
Yes, I would definitely choose to.
But yeah,
Perfect.
you're just a badass monk doing badass monk stuff for the rest of your life.
I will say, I would go to y'all's 10-year reunion every year.
Yeah.
Or every 10 years.
Yeah.
Every time that
He's
happens.
blessed by Soul that the land
I would go.
Oh yeah, she'll be leading the and connect.
Make a really showy point to be like the daughter of Soul every time to make you horribly uncomfortable.
Yeah, but
and then in the back room, y'all are just like playing cards, like fuckers.
and the Silas is like, no, she died and talked to Soul. That one killed a kid.
No, the way that I imagine the connection is just the same way that I've described Olmo's presence to be seen by people who aren't one of his disciples. You just see a blue dot.
Yeah.
So you don't actually see sage come out of the water or rain come from the trees. You just see these two orbs slowly connect and they create a big sphere that overlooks this cliffside that's just there for
Is it like right
10
by
days
our
straight.
house?
That's actually not a bad place for it.
On the
'cause
house,
forest
yeah.
is
Why
behind
not?
it, and-
Yeah, that's very
Silas would be like,
We have to have a group
fuckers
reunion.
near me.
All these kids are on our lawn.
Yeah,
Cool.
I just wanted to mention that.
So, yeah, awesome. Feature's great. Xeris.
So Xeris would have been one of the first ones to leave.
No, she was the first one.
Well, yeah,
She had to go stop a volcano.
one of. Okay, so
2 years.
the celebrations are happening. Xeris partakes for a little bit of time, but he will leave with his tribe. He'll take his tribe with him, and they will immediately go on to the mission that's really been plaguing him this entire campaign, which is his daughter and his best friend have been kidnapped and captured by some Pynthions. And he has no idea what their status is at this point. He's got some dots on a map at home. He's going to go check it. Like, number one step, figure out where they're at. And he's definitely struck like tunnel vision at this point. So while he does this, he's going to spend a lot of time with his tribe, teaching them the ways of Elias. A lot of time with his son, especially, really connecting over those 20 years that he's lost. Something that's plagued him this entire time is that he hasn't been there for anybody in his tribe, his family, his friends, anything. All these people that he grew up with that he knows very dearly don't know him anymore. So it's going to become a lot of what he does in his travels. Now that Elias is kind of guiding the tribe, though, the tribe behaves very differently. You will probably have heard about this, I'll retcon it a little bit, this enslavement camp that gets attacked by tieflings, and it is the most brutal and bloody battle you've heard in a long time. And that would be us rescuing our captives. But it is a disaster for the Fintheon that we're running it. Nobody's left alive. Nobody's left breathing. And it becomes Xeris' goal to continue that going forward. So after this, he doesn't go back to his homeland. He doesn't go back to his tribe land. His tribe becomes more nomadic. They start to move around. Anybody can join. Anybody can leave. There's no rules on that. But they start going to battles in the name of Elias. Almost as if Elias is using them as mercenaries. And
Don't you mean missionaries?
missionaries, yes. Actually, both in this circumstance.
Yeah, I was like,
Mission mercenaries.
They start to partake in battles that they might not have any personal stake in, but Elias does. And the only thing they ask in return from the side that they've joined is a further knowledge of Elias and a following. The entire time, Xeris will preach Elias's ways and try to get more and more Elias warlocks. This is a lot of Elias.
Elias.
it's like, I'm never losing my axe again.
I think that's your identity, Mark.
It is becoming that. In this, though, a lot of it comes from his desire to protect his tribe, which has almost made him deranged at this point. Anything goes wrong in the battle, and he feels like his tribe is being attacked. He switches on to a new way of fighting, immediately protecting whoever's attacking and obliterating whoever is coming to attack. Or being attacked versus attacking. And it becomes this style of fighting that he goes on doing, and he loses a lot of his ability to connect with his family. It becomes more, you have to be safe regardless of what you want. And a lot of the times, you'll hear about these stories of these tieflings doing terrible, terrible things in battle. Brutal, ravage, disgusting tieflings. And it's all mostly Xeris. He is doing a lot of these things, committing these almost atrocities in battle to protect not only his tribe, but to protect Elias, protection becomes his sole identity. And he's doing it with the justification of Elias. And it's put him in this mindset of, I can't do any wrong because I'm doing it for a god. He gets lost in this. If you guys ever do run into Xeris, he will recognize you. He will probably have good words with you, but he's not the same Xeris he was whenever y'all knew him.
You might run it.
Oh yeah, well, I will be growing fields with the blood of my enemies, so.
I'm picking up your pieces.
You're just following and trying.
What?
Yeah.
But that's essentially the life of Xeris after that.
Yeah. Damn. A tragic ending.
Yes.
Well,
I dig it.
Kree,
Yay.
Okay, so
I will say before you go, the Emperor does, this may change a little bit about what you say, is what I said.
Okay.
The Emperor does grant you as a form of repentance, repayment, 400 acres for you and your kind,
Okay,
and
cool.
promises to withhold an anti-slavery
Cool, we were getting to that. It's perfect.
an
I was gonna say I'm coming back to that.
anti-slavery law that is punishable by like capital punishment moving forward.
Okay.
They call it the Cree Act.
Aww. Cool. Because that was what I was going to get into. That is, so eventually, I was going to become one of the ambassadors of my people, in essence, because I had never had an ambassador before. And one of the goals was to start a political movement to free my people, start an official reform. So I'm glad it worked.
Yep. They just scream the Slayer of Men every time they see Cree.
Yeah, and then so like I said, I'll originally do the celebration, but pretty promptly, maybe a little bit after you say my goodbyes, and then Cree will fly off to his people and pretty much start, like I said, the reform politically for them. We will take up that land. So that is one thing. However, not that many people will know. We will have create a secret location as like a safe location for people who have been so mentally damaged or physically damaged that they don't feel comfortable of their whereabouts. So we're going to have kind of a safe haven for anybody that would like to kind of discard into the shadows. But that will be our political base, so we can obviously gain trade, resources,
Where is that? Where is that going to be located?
You get to pick that, but technically I will not disclose that.
Did you want it inside that 400 acres,
No,
like hidden,
so
or
it'll be
somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Got it. Because the acreage that was going to be allotted, I thought should appropriately be named the Sanctuary. It's kind of a tie back to session 1 and how you guys all met, but quite literally it's a sanctuary for your people.
Okay.
It's
Well,
almost
then
like,
we can have it hidden within the sanctuary.
think of it like that land is like a national park. Like it's protected
Oh, okay.
land. No one can hunt there. No one is allowed in there unless they're one of your people.
Okay, then that's fine. We can keep that. And we'll call it the sanctuary. And then you might, over the years, hear a little bit about some serial killing going on, because Cree still has a bit of vindictiveness and has hit lists.
Do you keep that identity hidden, or do you
Yeah,
just
so
do
no
it?
one will really know.
Okay.
They might just hear something like there'll be, obviously if there's newspaper or something, like they might name it like Darkwing or something like that, or the Winged Beast or something like that. Just like there's
Black
serial-
Falcon.
Exactly,
There's a
perfect.
Batman killing people. There's a Catman killing people.
But so that'll happen, and then the very last thing is there's going to be a day, probably 3 or 4 or 5 decades, that all of y'all are going to get a letter or get messengers sent to your home, and they're going to bring you to the sanctuary for Cree's funeral, because he'll be the first out of all of us to die. And so he wanted his friends to be there for his burial service, his last moments. So there's Cree. And then, do we talk about Cora?
If you want, yeah.
Okay, so for Cora, she is kind of starting this medium movement that she makes money off of. Yeah, so she's going to start a little bit of like a...
Talking to dead people's kids, or people's dead kids.
Yeah, oh yeah.
People's kids. My
People
bad. People's kids.
are going to pay for her conversation. And she's going to be like, oh, da-da-da-da, your child says you are wonderful parents, but, they do love you, and they hid this under the tree or something like that, or stuff like that. So that's going to be Cora. She'll be helping people pass on as well. And she is actually over time going to become less chaotic. She's going to grow the fuck up, kind of thing.
Well,
She's still a little bit
In about 30
mischievous.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah, more like
She'll always have a little scream.
right, a little bit. But yeah, the big thing is she's mostly going to be kind of this weird cult kind of movement that they're just like, oh my goodness, like she sees dead people, she can talk to people, and she gets paid big dollars.
She's gonna be like Chris Angel, like
Oh yeah.
like in Vegas style.
Does she ever come back to see the other misfits?
Yeah, she'll come visit once in a while. You'll probably run
You know
into
she
her.
visits in.
Y'all are yeah.
She just shows up in his room,
All
just
the
like, hey.
Oh my
Always
god.
unannounced.
That.
Always unannounced. She shows up. You're like, what the fuck
She
is
just shows up one day. She's like in your bed. She says, "Bless me, Daddy."
I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't be around for much long. I mean, do you
The
think
others in row, the news in row.
Cranor.
he would remember you guys?
But Cole would
Okay.
remember him.
Yeah.
Maybe
Silex.
Um,
No.
so we all kind of went our separate ways. Silex would probably be at the house a lot of the time for the first probably year or so. Talk a lot with Zinro and visit with everybody. Being now in his armor full time, it's a weird sight for most everybody.
Super efficient blacksmith though.
Yeah, super. It's great. I can work all night. He would escort Kree and help with being an ambassador and kind of funding the building of the sanctuary.
You be an uncle to my children.
Yeah. One of the first things I would say is that I would make sure that I would be the one to escort Kree to Mercule. So I would be there.
Oh, after
when-
the funeral.
After, yeah, to escort
If
Kree
you
to
wanted
Mercule.
Or if he wanted it.
And a lot of the time, I would kind of just be in the background at y'all's big events. I would kind of do what Mercule tells me to, either through whatever form of method of communication. And through the years, he would kind of build this paranoia sense of being ready for anything. And so he's probably built automatons that are just sitting in the base of the forge, like just waiting, that are fueled and ready to go.
Yeah, so the big bad of the next campaign is actually just going to be
What
Silex.
is his
He's going to be like Ultron. Like
And he would create this network of informants using just through these automatons and whatever technology he creates. He would be there for when Cranor wakes up. Like he would just be at these big moments for everyone in the background. Never in the forefront. He would kind of become this legend of this black wandering armor. And if you saw him, you're safe. But if you hear the thunder ring, you're not. And he would just be this really sneaky, in the background kind of mastermind who just made sure his people were safe constantly. He would check on his sister and see their kids. He would never really probably introduce himself anymore.
Yeah.
He would just be weird and in the background.
What do you say to your dad?
He would never probably talk to his father again. He would avoid it at all costs.
Even after the battle?
Even after the battle. Like, we would all kind of leave and Silex would just I'm gonna go now. And
So once every 6 months or so, you get a letter to the house from Tyla, your mom, checking in, saying, I haven't heard from you, hope you're okay. Never.
and probably when they died as well, I would sneak into wherever they were.
Yeah.
And by the time I'd be rogue, I'm good. I would escort them and explain to them
Yeah.
why I didn't. And escort Kree. And eventually I'd probably be there for Xeris' death for
Yeah.
whatever reason.
Probably a battle.
Probably his wife.
I was just thinking it might be his own people at some
Yeah.
point in time.
Yeah.
And that's what I would do, is I would watch over everybody from the background. And I would create this network to keep them safe. I would help fund
Now-
the new monastery, and I would silently, I would do it.
Do you forge a scythe or?
Yeah, sure. The gun, that's what the gun can turn into, is my walking stick. But also, one of the things that Silex would do for his forging is he would create the books on how to do stuff, and he would just stick them in libraries. And he wouldn't tell anyone who wrote it. He would just to
Expand
progress.
the world's knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. He would teach somebody every once in a while, build something new, leave it somewhere, and rapidly progress.
Civilization.
And then, yeah, that's what he would do. But he's eternal, so
Yep.
he would build a network that's based out of our house, and
Someone's using it.
just stay in the background from everyone's life.
Okay. Well, everyone got to live their life to the fullest, right? I mean, everyone got to experience what they wanted to for their characters, and however that means for them is different. Whether it's creating a sanctuary for your people, or keeping them safe, or connecting closely with gods, everyone got to fulfill their character to its end, whatever that may be. So this has been going on for over 2 years, and we've been playing pretty consistently every other week. So I mean, I'm really excited for the next campaign and what kind of comes after this, but I really want everyone to know that this has been a really, really good experience for me, as being able to put on this story and see you guys kind of take the people, the places, the maps, the situations, the pitfalls, the speed bumps that I give you all, and just watching you play with it and mess it up. And
That happened a lot.
it's been a magical experience being on this side of the screen. Just kind of watching what you guys do with everything I throw at you. So if it's any sort of testament to what the next game will look like, it's going to be a lot of fun. And I mean, I love all of you guys, so I really appreciate you kind of jumping on board and being here with me every other week.
You too.
Thank you.
Yay!
We did it! We did it! We finished the game!
End of campaign
That's